of the two-story house sustained smoke damage. There were no reported injuries. The corruption trial of former state deputy budget director Costa Diamantis resumed today in Bridgeport Federal Court after a 4-day break. Diamantis is accused of extortion and bribery in his running of the school construction grant program in Governor Ned Lamont's budget office. Diamantis is also expected to testify once the defense begins its case tomorrow or Thursday. Lamont is listed as a defense witness and could take the stand later this week. Around 100 members of the Connecticut National Guard have departed for a year-long deployment. A ceremony was held for the Guard members yesterday before they departed for the deployment to an undisclosed location. Hundreds of family members of the departing soldiers gathered for the ceremony in Windsor Locks before their loved ones boarded the plane to begin their deployment. WTNH-TV News 8 spoke with Myra Smith, the mother of one of the soldiers.
This is his courageous moment that he's always wanted. He's always wanted to be a soldier, always wanted to serve and protect, and to see him actually finally doing it, I'm excited.
Police and others in Easton are closely monitoring the movements of a large bear that has been seen in town in recent days. The bear was spotted near homes on Friday in the areas of Blanchard Road and Route 59. Many Easton residents posted on social media about their encounters with the bear, who was described as knocking over bird feeders and rifling through trash cans. Jenny Dixon from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection spoke about the importance of keeping food sources away from areas that a bear can reach.
The more they continue to find that human source food, the more they start to look to our houses and our yards as places to find food. It sets up something that is called habituation. They get very comfortable around people, and then they get food conditioned. They start to associate people with a way to get food.
People are urged to use caution if they encounter a bear and to remove items from around their homes that could attract a bear. And a state judge has upheld Shelton's rejection of a proposed cannabis shop in the city. Shelton planners voted to reject the application of Rodeo Cannabis to open a shop in Crown Point Center in August of last year. Rodeo appealed the rejection, and the state Superior Court judge found the city was within its rights to reject the shop. An attorney for Rodeo says they will be taking the matter to the state appellate court. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
Back to the download. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9. The Johns Hopkins Health Minute. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
At Johns Hopkins, I'm Elizabeth Tracy. RNA is easier to detect and points toward cancer activity better than DNA testing, a recent study concludes. Johns Hopkins Kimmel Cancer Center Director William Nelson says there's an even more accurate method on the horizon.
Will RNA sequencing provide a better avenue in some way for cancer screening or for disease monitoring? My hunch is that it may not be the optimal one for cancer monitoring. What appears to be doing that in better sense now are the so-called ultra-high sensitive sequencing approaches. This is an idea where you get your cancer, you get its DNA sequenced in its entirety, and then you build a test for an individual that has many, many mutations. These are very, very sensitive.
Nelson says studies utilizing this approach are underway for both colorectal and breast cancers, and he suspects validation in the near future. At Johns Hopkins, I'm Elizabeth Tracy.
WICC is live and local in the afternoons. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Weekdays from 2 to 6.
Hey there, we're back for a big Tuesday show. We'll keep an eye on the Costa Diamantis trial. Megan Portfolio drops by from the Yankee Institute to update us on the lunacy in Hartford. And, of course, the week would not be complete without more incoherent rambling from Chris Murphy. You're going to love this.
Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Every weekday starting at 2 on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
This is your CT Insider weather update.
The rain and wind going to hang around for a bit, but the sun should poke out towards the end of the week. Highs only going to reach the mid-60s. Lows going to hang out in the low 40s.
Powered by CT Insider.
There's more to Connecticut with CT Insider. A hometown behind every headline. With every issue, investigation, or interview, there's more when you're following from the inside. Visit ctinsider.com for more.
Dine out for half price. Go to voiceofct.com, click on the Sweet Deal banner. Over 30 great local restaurants offering $50 gift cards for only $25. Voiceofct.com, click on the Sweet Deal banner. Restaurants include Pepe's Pizza, Vazzi's, Mill Pond Catering, Jacob's Pickles, Zuka, Twisted Vine, Gusto, Dino's Seafood, Joseph's Steakhouse, Melting Pot Twin Pines, The Landing, and more. Buy restaurant gift cards at half price at voiceofct.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Fall is the season for fresh starts, so why not start with your smile? At Downtown Dental, transform your look with Invisalign or veneers, the best quality at the lowest price.
I lost a tooth from an accident, but Downtown Dental gave me my smile back with same-day implants, just $999. It was easy, painless, and affordable.
Now I'm smiling brighter than ever, thanks to Downtown Dental.
3 convenient offices in Bridgeport, Norwalk, and West Haven. Call Downtown Dental today or visit downtowndentalct.com.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth. He discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Steve Kathan. We're hearing from Pennsylvania's governor after the man who set fire to the governor's mansion today pleaded guilty to attempted murder and other charges. Democrat Josh Shapiro says political violence discourages people from running for office, and he's calling for more accountability.
I've carried with me this enormous sense of guilt. Guilt that doing this job that I love so much has put our children's lives at risk.
The U.S. Supreme Court's rejected Alex Jones' appeal of the $1.4 billion Sandy Hook defamation judgment against him. There's breaking news from the world of music. D'Angelo, the Grammy-winning soul singer, has died at 51. A family statement says he had cancer. Some state attorneys general claim online predators have been able to extort and exploit kids on the Roblox game platform. CBS's Jolene Kent spoke to a father who says his son became a victim.
Why sue Roblox and Discord?
Because at the end of the day, the thing they seem to care about the most is the bottom line, their profit.
Matt Kaufman is the chief safety officer at Roblox.
Our goal at Roblox is to be the safest place on the internet.
He says Roblox has rolled out over 100 new safety features this year.
Instagram's out with new restrictions that default content settings for teens to what amounts to a PG-13 movie, and only parents can change them. Larry Maggott is CEO of a nonprofit that educates people on internet safety.
One of my concerns is that it automatically puts teens into these restricted categories unless their parents allow them to get out of them. And that could have a negative impact on LGBTQ youth and other marginalized young people.
Reports say Israel plans to cut aid into Gaza, accusing Hamas of violating the ceasefire with slow release of dead hostages. 4 have been turned over. 24 remain in Hamas hands. Day 14 of the government shutdown. The Office of Management and Budget says it's prepared to ride it out for as long as it takes. CBS's Michael Toscano on a new economic outlook.
The bottom line of the 50-page report is the global economy is doing better than expected, despite several challenges, mostly in trade, and that, of course, means tariffs. The big problem the IMF sees ahead is a slowdown in economic growth from 3.3% in 2024 to 3.2% this year and 3.1% in 2026.
The Dow is up 248. This is CBS News. The latest recall news hits the pasta aisle.
Craving pasta?
Sei pronto?
Not so fast. Almost 245,000 pounds of ready-to-eat pasta linked to a deadly listeria outbreak are being recalled. The FDA says the products, made by Nate's Fine Foods, were sold at Walmart, Kroger, Trader Joe's, and other stores in California, Indiana, Pennsylvania, and Texas. At least 4 deaths have been linked to the outbreak. Almost 24 people have been hospitalized, including a pregnant woman whose miscarriage was tied to a related infection. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
General Motors says it will book a negative impact of $1.6 billion in its next quarter now that tax incentives for electric vehicles have been cut by the Trump administration and rules governing emissions are relaxed. The EV tax credit ended last month. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Cloudy with a gusty breeze this afternoon. There will be a few widely scattered showers late in the day and during the evening with a high of 60. Cloudy this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 40s to near 50. On Wednesday, sunny and milder with a high in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to The Download on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Now, another in-depth interview with Lisa Wexler.
It's really important that we have a ceasefire. It's important that these hostages are coming home, and I congratulate the negotiators on getting this done. There's no politics about this moment, as you're going to see some very tearful reunions tomorrow, hopefully, as these hostages are released. But you watch those devastating images of what Gaza looks like today, and it's both heartbreaking and infuriating that this deal has been on the table for over a year, and it's been Benjamin Netanyahu, because of his political considerations domestically, trying to protect himself, has frustrated the ability to find peace and to get the hostages home far before today. So, again, this will be a good week. But as you have reported, there are big issues to come. Israel is not fully pulling out of Gaza. There's no clear path forward on what the security and governance force is going to look like inside that country. There's certainly a risk of hostilities beginning again if we don't build on this first phase and come to some decisions about what Gaza looks like heading into next year.
That's Senator Chris Murphy, who may have knocked on your door, incidentally. I'm not sure if he was part of the knocking on door campaign, but I know that he flew into into Westport over the weekend for a bit to help campaign on behalf of some Democratic candidates. And maybe he came into your community and did the same. A lot of our statewide high-ranking Democratic politicians, this is campaign season after all, in municipal elections, and many of them will show their support by dipping into campaign headquarters for an hour or two, taking some pictures, and maybe knocking on some doors. That was Chris Murphy on Face the Nation talking about Gaza. And what's interesting is he says, but you watch those devastating images of what Gaza looks like today, and it's both heartbreaking and infuriating that this deal has been on the table for over a year. And he says this in a way that assumes that we all know that to be true. I do know that there have been extensive reports and criticisms against Netanyahu that he should have done more to get the hostages home sooner. No question about that. Whether this deal was on the table for over a year, that doesn't sound particularly accurate to me. What I was reading is that it was Hamas that had to be hand-wrung and strong-armed by Qatar and Turkey, that if they didn't agree on the release of the hostages now, that Turkey and Qatar were going to withdraw support from Hamas once and for all. So it seemed to me that the exertion came on Hamas from the Arabs, from the other Arab nations. Also, this idea of a board of peace was not on the table a year ago. This seems to be a relatively new concept, part of this 20-point deal. Again, the rest of what Chris Murphy said about big issues to come and no clear path forward, I would say that he's right. And there's certainly a risk of hostilities beginning again. That's always the case. We're talking about the Middle East. But it's just, when you have a worldview that insists on blaming whoever it is you want to blame, one of the problems we have as a country, as individual humans, is it's difficult for us to change that worldview when new facts come in. But I think it's essential of being an open-minded human that as new facts come in, you've got to shift a little bit. You've got to change a little bit. In the meantime, enormous conflict, one that to some extent goes underreported, is the conflict in Russia and what's going on with Ukraine and the ways in which the United States is considering giving now Tomahawk missiles an elevation of the kind of warfare that we've given Ukraine in order to defend itself. This is Congressman Himes, clip 3, on Face the Nation over the weekend, about what's going on with attacks on Russian refineries.
These attacks on the refineries have had the effect of reducing Russia's ability to produce gasoline and other stuff almost by 20%. That really, really hurts the Russians. And I will tell you again, without being specific, that I wish the president would be much more aggressive with respect to turning off those taps and with respect to arming the Ukrainians. But he hasn't taken any meaningful steps back from the Biden administration. So we've at least got that.
And as a follow-up to that, Vladimir Zelensky is expected to attend the White House again this week. Talk about an exhausting week for our president. Remember, he's almost 80 years old. Is he 80 already? Did he turn 80? Well, he'll be turning 80 soon. And think where he's been. He schlepped to Israel, and he was there for a quickie, but a big speech, a lot of energy. That same afternoon, he goes over to Egypt, admittedly not a long ride, but still a different exertion, a different group, a different message, a different conversation. Now he's got to get back to the White House, get ready for a meeting with Zelensky, figure out what he's going to do about Ukraine. You have to give President Trump props for the sheer amount of energy that he's able to bring to the office. I mean, that's why he won. In a vacuum world, there were a lot of people who didn't want to vote for Donald Trump again. They didn't like what happened on January 6th of 2021, full stop. I know people who said they would never vote for him but changed their mind. They changed their mind because they felt that the decision, which was originally Joe Biden and then Kamala Harris, was such an unpalatable one for them, was such an unappetizing one for them, that they closed their nose and they voted for Trump again. But you have to give the man credit for the kind of energy he brings to the job. I mean, it's just something to behold. It is, at a man his age. It is. And for all those people who say you can't live on McDonald's, well, I think that Donald Trump proves the opposite. You can and you do. Let's go to Ben from Long Island. Hi, Ben. Welcome to the show today. Hello.
Hi, Lisa.
Hi.
Become a regular listener when I can, and you do a terrific show in so many ways. And, and I'm down on Long Island. So what I wanted to say is this.
Well, I'll tell you something, Ben. I think we would like to get our show to some Long Island airwaves. You think that it would be well received with this accent that I've got? You have to admit, it's a genuine one coming onto Long Island.
I'm sorry, you sound like you're from Great Neck.
I'm from Woodmere. Close enough.
Oh, well, even better.
Close enough. Yes. Hello.
Even better. There is a huge mistake once again being made in this entire Mideast Israel discussion. From the very beginning, the world, the media, and everybody else have been fooled into believing that Hamas is anything more than a terrorist organization. Hamas is not a government. It's not a duly elected group. It cares nothing about the Palestinian people and never did. Hamas is nothing more than a terrorist group. And if you look at the Hamas, the basis for its existence, it only exists to destroy Israel. This long talk, this deal was on the table for a year. What deal?
What deal?
The deal where
Right.
they're going to give Hamas who knows what. And by the way, it has already started. Unfortunately, some of the more questionable media, like CBS News and NPR, are ignoring this, but the wire services certainly aren't. There are already masked Hamas terrorists who are running around in Gaza already as, quote, law enforcement. And they have already started to seek retribution for Palestinians who worked with Israel. Until the world accepts the fact that Hamas is not a legitimate player, this is ultimately not going to be settled. Thank God we got the hostages back.
I know.
It should have happened a long time ago. But this kid gloves treatment of Hamas it's criminal.
Well, and so I think the Arab nations know this. They, of course, may not be able to publicly admit it, but they know it. So the question is, Ben, what are they going to help do about it? What are they going to do about it? Because
Well,
if they want regional stability and true prosperity and exchange of trade, which I think some of them do now, because they've seen what happened with Dubai, and Israel has such enormous human capital, which is just, I mean, the human capital there is beyond belief. And if they want that to be shared and have the benefit of all the innovations and the biotech and everything else, they've got to calm this region down. What do you think they're going to do?
Well, I think, and you were talking about it a few minutes ago, and you hate to give the devil his due, and I will tell you 99.9% of what Donald Trump has done is also fairly criminal. But he has taken a very interesting, solid approach in the Middle East. The first one is he is one of the few world leaders and one of the few American presidents since Johnson and Carter who understand that Israel is a key to world peace and also is a key to keeping stability in the Mideast. But what he is doing is he is using the economic cudgel and his negotiating skills, which he does have a few, to basically force these Mideast nations, to force the Arab nations to understand that it's better to do business. I mean, you say the one thing about the so-called Abraham Accords is with Bahrain. Bahrain starts doing business with Israel, and they're all of a sudden tourism expands by 1,000% on both sides.
That's right.
And these guys who were going, well, listen, we can't sell much oil anymore. What are we going to do? They're all going, wow. Being part of the real world, the economic world, is not a bad thing. So I think that's ultimately what has to happen. But what also has to happen is that there has to be an understanding that Hamas is not a legitimate player. This war was started by Hamas to destroy Israel.
Correct.
And they used the Palestinian people as a cudgel. I will add one more element to this, and I think you'll find this interesting. This is the first war we have ever seen in the Mideast or just about anywhere else, which was basically managed on the side by public relations agencies.
How do you like that?
Think about it.
And by the way, they buried Israel. They did a fantastic job for their client.
No, that's what I'm talking about. 2 days after the war started, you were seeing the networks running a video from the Palestinian Video Authority, the Palestinian Authority. And I'm thinking, wow, they've got tape crews out there shooting this stuff. This is the first war that was fought with public relations. And unfortunately, Israel, which normally is very smart about these things, they didn't hire the right crisis PR agency.
Well, it was more than that, Ben. It was seeded by professors in our own universities. I was completely blindsided when the Monday after the Saturday, on the purple letterhead of NYU Law School, which is my alma mater, I saw the students for the law school signed by this woman tell me that the entire attack on Saturday, they hadn't even counted their dead. They didn't even know how many people were hostages yet. It was all their fault. It was all their fault. It was all Israelis' fault. And I was the Monday after, and I remember because I read it on the air. And I'm like, what happened to my law school? What happened to my law school?
Well, your law school went the way of much of New York academia. See, and here's the thing that people who pay attention to this have seen this for the last 5-6 years at least, where anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic teachings have been growing at these colleges, at these elite. And don't get me wrong, I am so pro-education beyond belief. But Columbia has always been that way. Unfortunately, CUNY has been that way, and they hire these people, and they basically they don't look. Anti-Semitism is rooted, and it's not going away. And when there is a world crisis, that's the first thing that happens. I mean, you know this as well as I do. We've seen this all of our lives. And
so, but when you say to me about the PR campaign, I say to you that it was almost a perfect storm. It was an opportunity for the flowering of these long-held teachings to come into full being.
Absolutely. There's no question. Which is why you looked at these kids at Columbia, and I'm looking at these kids running around, and they're screaming Palestinian people. I'm saying, do you understand? It's not the Israelis that are killing Palestinians. It's Hamas. And these kids, look, the problem is half these kids don't know history. They don't study history. All they do is knee-jerk.
Thank you, Ben. Thanks for the call, and thanks for becoming a regular listener and a frequent caller. Love having you on.
Absolutely. It's a pleasure. Take good care. Stay safe.
Thank you.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Cloudy with a gusty breeze this afternoon. There will be a few widely scattered showers late in the day and during the evening with a high of 60. Cloudy this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 40s to near 50. On Wednesday, sunny and milder with a high in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's October 14th. On this day in 1987, 18-month-old Jessica McClure fell down a well in Midland, Texas. 2.5 days later, she was rescued, watched by millions around the world. And to this day, she has no memory of what happened.
There she is. There she is. She's got a lot of mud and debris on her. It looks as though her forehead is badly scraped, but her eyes are open.
On this day in 1990, Leonard Bernstein passed away at his home in Fairfield. He's the man that gave us this.
I like to be in America. Okay, by me in America.
In 2007, Keeping Up with the Kardashians premiered on ETV.
Where's Kim? Kim is always late.
October 14th.
That's it, we're done. That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Already the Gaza peace plan is running into problems. Israel is angry over the slow return of the bodies of dead hostages. President Trump posted today the job is not done. CBS's Haley Ott is in Tel Aviv.
That number was supposed to be 28. Israel's defense minister said that the return of only 4 sets of remains was a violation of the peace agreement, and the Hostage Family Forum, which represents the hostage families, called for the suspension of the implementation of the agreement until all 28 bodies are returned.
Israel is now threatening to cut in half the number of aid trucks allowed into Gaza. Christian Carden of the International Red Cross said the aid hasn't even begun to flow in.
No, not yet. The shift has not yet happened. We are still witnessing only few trucks coming in and large crowds approaching these trucks in a way that is absolutely not conform to humanitarian standards.
President Trump says the U.S. has struck another small boat accused of carrying drugs off Venezuela, killing 6 people. A powerful storm is pounding the West Coast and creating dangerous conditions in parts of Southern California. Meteorologist Kate Bilo is tracking things.
Looking at heavy rainfall once again over recent burn scars. That leads to the risk for runoff, flooding. We also have 1 to 3 feet of snow above 6,000 feet in the Sierra Nevada mountains. And we're looking at an additional 2+ inches of rain across portions of California and extending into Colorado as well over the next 2 days.
There is another vote in the Senate later today on ending the government shutdown. It's likely to fail. As the shutdown continues, many federal workers are growing more concerned about their finances. Jonathan O'Brien reports from Atlanta there is some help on the way for airport workers.
TSA employees at Hartsfield-Jackson have been working without pay since the government shutdown started, and beginning today, they will receive meal vouchers for use at the airport's restaurants. Aaron Barker, president of the local TSA Workers Union.
It's for all
concessions inside of the airport.
The vouchers are for a full meal plus a beverage. Barker says this will help alleviate a small amount of the stress that the workers are feeling.
And the deadline to file for a tax filing extension remains in place despite the shutdown. Michael Toscano reports.
The IRS is holding people who filed extensions to that October 15 deadline. An IRS spokesperson told CBS News taxpayers should continue to file deposits and pay federal income taxes as they normally would. Apparently that's the case even if you're a government worker and the government isn't paying you right now.
In a typical year, about 20 million Americans ask the IRS for a filing extension. On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are mixed. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Thousands of Connecticut residents and businesses lost electricity yesterday as a strong nor'easter impacted the region. Eversource and United Illuminating were reporting around 15,000 customers in total had lost electricity yesterday afternoon at the height of the storm. Wind gusts of around 50 miles per hour were reported in Bridgeport and Stratford yesterday. While there was some heavy rain associated with the storm, there was no significant flooding reported in the state. The ferry from Bridgeport to Port Jefferson was suspended yesterday, and the 6 a.m. departure this morning was canceled as well. And police and others in Easton are closely monitoring the movements of a large bear that has been seen in town in recent days. The bear was spotted near homes on Friday in the areas of Blanchard Road and Route 59. Many Easton residents posted on social media about their encounters with the bear, who was described as knocking over bird feeders and rifling through trash cans. Jenny Dixon from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection spoke about the importance of keeping food sources away from areas that a bear can reach.
The more they continue to find that human source food, the more they start to look to our houses and our yards as places to find food. It sets up something that is called habituation. They get very comfortable around people, and then they get food conditioned. They start to associate people with a way to get food.
People are urged to use caution if they encounter a bear and to remove items from around their homes that could attract a bear. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
A good trip overall on 95 coming out of Stamford up through Norwalk. Not too bad Westport, Fairfield as well. We had some construction in Bridgeport northbound just past the 8 and 25 connector. That's wrapped up. Parkway looks good with one exception. Heavy into the first half of the no exit zone. Westport into Fairfield, that's midday road work. Route 9 looks good. New Haven County looking good, both 95 and the Parkway. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A few widely scattered showers early this evening. Otherwise cloudy overnight with a low in the upper 40s to near 50. On Wednesday, sunny and milder with a high in the mid 60s. Thursday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So I have a serious question to begin this here part of the program. By the way, great to be back. Thank you for tuning in maybe yesterday morning as I handled the Melissa in the Morning program. And we are back here right now at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Let me begin with a serious question here. And I'm not trying to be cute in asking this. But I really have to begin with this whole thing because in looking at the events of the past couple of days, past couple of weeks, I'm wondering, and this will be our question of the day, by the way, at facebook.com/Voice of CT. Have Democrats in Connecticut, has the Connecticut Democratic Party and the National Democratic Party in and of itself, have they completely lost it? Or have they completely lost touch with what is happening in the country right now? I never thought I would see a day, and I've been following politics. I started to follow politics seriously in my senior year in college. So we'll put that about 40-something years ago. I never thought that I would see both the modern-day National Democratic Party and especially the Connecticut Democratic Party. And I know they still have majorities in Hartford. I get that. I understand that. But that's really out of habit and nothing legislatively they're doing. But in looking at what's happened over the past few days, they're out of it. They have no idea what's going on here. And it's sad. And the reason I say that is I was, going through some stuff today to open the show with and setting up the show and our guests and what we'll be, talking about all day today. And I see this in the Hearst publications. And again, God bless these people. If they want to go out and protest, they can. God bless them. It gives the police department, it gives the fire department, it gives the EMTs, first responders, the permitting processes, these cities and towns, it's good for revenue. And I'm always like that. And I don't mind people protesting. But again, Connecticut towns are planning, it says here, more No Kings protests against the Trump White House coming up this weekend. They must be working. I don't think we have a king. I mean, is the once proud Democratic Party that freaking lost? They have no leader. They have no policy positions. They're getting hammered in yet another poll that we'll get to momentarily, and this one is so sad it's laughable. Another day of nationwide protests against President Trump and his administration is set for this coming Saturday, October 18th. 40 towns in Connecticut are going to take part. Okay, whoop-de-freaking-do. Where are the legislative initiatives? Where is the critical analysis as to why the Trump the Trump bulldozer is just rolling right along now? Look, instead of holding No Kings protests, which are really unnecessary because we don't have a king, has anybody stopped to wonder why the guy won last November? I guess now I'm reading over the weekend, there was another post-mortem. My God, who's spending money on this? I'll give you your poor post-mortem. You had no cogent policy on the border. You had no cogent policy on the economy. Not that everything Trump is doing or will do or did do on the border of the economy is great, but my God, instead we're going to have more protests here. They're all over the place. Even in our area, Bridgeport, 12:30 to 2 at the West End Park in Black Rock. Okay, and that's going to do what? In Cheshire, Danbury, Deep River, East Haddam, Canton, Brookfield, all over the freaking place. Greenwich, Guilford, Hartford, Kent, Killingly, up and down New Haven. All right, no Kings. Hey, all right, no Kings. And what does that do? And again, I am not against protesting. But after a while, you're spinning your wheels here, kids. How did this happen? Explain to me how the modern-day Democratic Party, which controls nothing in Washington, nothing. Now, we'll see what happens with the midterms coming up. But how did this happen? How did this happen? Please explain this to me. Even people who don't like the guy are admitting that you got to give him credit on this Middle East thing. Now, as we heard, it's not perfect, but and I'm watching Chris Murphy. Oh my God, Chris Murphy! I have 90 seconds of his idiocy coming up later on. Instead of joining along with his compatriots there in the Democratic Party saying, hey, this is a good thing. Well, Netanyahu, this. You know what word never comes out of Chris Murphy's mouth? Hamas. Don't blame Hamas, Senator. You'll piss off your lefty supporters there. But please, somebody explain this to me. How did this happen? How did the party of JFK, of LBJ, of FDR, of Bill Clinton, of Barack Obama, how did this happen? I mean, I'm looking at new polling numbers over the weekend saying, my God, they can't be this bad, can they? And that stooge Schumer took the bait and said, no, we're not going to fund Congress until you do this with the tax subsidies for Obamacare. And now he's got himself backed up against a wall here. It is mind-boggling. Honest to God, how did it get this bad? Again, remember, Trump won twice. He ran a third time where he only got beat by an aggregate of 45,000 votes, and that's because they kept Biden locked up in a basement and every Democratic Secretary of State around the country okayed mail-in ballots. So theoretically, Trump would have won 3 times. But instead, the once great Democratic Party, all they can talk about is fascism, is Hitler, is no kings. Meantime, we get nothing from them on policy. Nothing. Nothing. How did we get, as the great David Byrne is back on tour singing, how did I get here? 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. I have this new poll coming up on the government shutdown. This is going to make you laugh. How on earth did we get here? And I know there are going to be people saying, well, okay, the Trump's got his cult and this and the other. All right, maybe he does. But he won twice, and he would have won a third time. Where's the policy? You folks out there, my progressive friends, where's your policy? Where are your ideas? Where are the ideas to say, hey, we are better than the other side?
Going out to eat for half the price? There's only one word to describe that. Sweet. It's another week of sweet deals at voiceofct.com. Half-price gift cards to your favorite locally owned restaurants and businesses. But when the sweet deals are gone, they're gone. And they go fast. So don't wait. Stay local and save some dough. Grab the half-price sweet deals now at voiceofct.com.
At Maritime Chevrolet of Fairfield, you have more choices. Opt for a courtesy loaner vehicle or have us pick up, transport, and redeliver your car. And now, Mobile Service Plus. You can now request service from your home or office. Think of us as the DoorDash of service for your vehicle maintenance needs. Brakes, tires, oil changes, even diagnostic and software updates, all without leaving your home or work. We meet you on your terms at MaritimeChevy.com, where superior hospitality comes standard.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help. A little help over here.
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, host of Melissa in the Morning here on The Voice of Connecticut. I want to tell you about MADE, a leadership series of events I've been hosting with the Department of Economic and Community Development and the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. MADE is designed to equip Connecticut's industry professionals with the connections, resources, and insights necessary to create opportunity in today's business landscape. Topics included so far: how to attract and keep top talent, and innovation, and the advancements right here in Connecticut. Don't worry, though, if you've missed it, check out what we've learned on the podcast at voiceofct.com. The next MADE series will focus on reputation and how your business can stand out. If you want to stay ahead of the curve in business and build game-changing connections, you need to listen to the podcast. It's on voiceofct.com, and join me at the next MADE event. Details coming soon at ConnecticutMade.com.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95, a little bit slow out of Stamford, moving through Darien. Norwalk's not too bad. Fairfield, Westport for the most part, okay. Parkway's heavy still into Westport around the old exit 4142. That's midday road work that hasn't wrapped up yet. Further north, not too bad. Route 8 looks good. Westbound 84 very heavy in Newtown into Danbury, exits 11 to 9, and that's due to midday road work. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a shower or two early, otherwise cloudy with an overnight low near 50. On Wednesday, sunny and milder with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Make your voice heard. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And we're already getting answers on our Facebook page, facebook.com/voice of CT, to the question I wanted to start with today. Have national Democrats and Connecticut Democrats just become disconnected from the modern-day moderate centrist voters they need? I mean, think about it. And it's good now that they're looking at people like Wes Moore, like Pete Buttigieg, like Andy Beshear, like Josh Shapiro, knowing they've got to win back the center. But man, I have new polling results coming in, and about 90 seconds worth of psychobabble, and that's the only way I can describe it, from Chris Murphy over the weekend. I saw this yesterday. You know, I wasn't on yesterday afternoon, but I went home and watched some stuff on the weekend. And boy, I got to tell you, coming up after the news, I've got 90 seconds of Chris Murphy that perfectly encapsulates what has gone wrong with the modern-day Democratic Party. The modern-day, the once great party of FDR, of LBJ, of Harry Truman, of all those guys, is now a smoldering, festering, oozing mess. And the answer is more No Kings protests in Connecticut this weekend. Can you be that stupid? Can you be that stupid? Like I say, the only good thing about those protests is that our dear friends, our police officers, the men and women of police, firefighters, EMTs, first responders, they'll get some nice weekend overtime. That's good. I always like that. I'm sure the cities and towns that issue these protest permits say, okay, but we got to have a couple of cops there. Okay, we got to have an ambulance there, in case somebody doesn't feel well. We get it. But my God, I mean, you can bitch and moan and cry about Trump and Trump voters all you want. What happened to the other side? I mean, it wasn't that long ago Barack Obama was around. What happened? Explain to me. Tell me what happened. It hasn't been that long. It's only been 9 years since Mr. Obama. Explain that to me. Was the problem pushing Hillary in there instead of letting Biden run? Henry's with us to start us off. Henry, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Molly, I only called because you told me to call.
Yes. What's going on? Explain
you told me
what
to call for the answer. Now,
yes.
Please, if you really want the answer.
Yes.
I keep going back to, and I tell people all the time, he won twice.
Yeah.
80 million votes, close 75 million votes.
But, Henry, what happened to the other side? What happened to the Democrats?
No. The thing is, there's more on that side there. And I don't use, like an ignorant person, you go to school, you're ignorant, the teacher goes over to the blackboard and he explains something, and you're no longer ignorant about whatever the subject may be. A stupid person can never be taught. And we have 80 million of them.
Okay.
And that's what from his own mouth, that's your president. I didn't say it, I'm quoting him.
So you mean to tell me then? So you mean to tell
the planet?
So you mean to tell me?
Well, he said.
So you mean to tell me that people who agree with him, for example, on the border, Henry, which is all but shut down now, they're stupid because they agree with him on the border?
Everybody agreed with him on the border.
Oh, not Joe Biden. Not Joe. He let everybody
come in. But me, I did.
Well, good.
How could anybody want 1 million people to cross the border?
Well, and
every
again,
day?
Henry, that's the problem. What did they not see? How could they not know that guys like you and me can agree on the border and that they were letting 250,000 people a month in? What was up with that?
That's all true. But I'm talking about the word stupid now.
Yeah, okay.
Didn't how are we doing with Iceland or Greenland?
I don't know.
What did we buy?
I don't know. We didn't get them
yet.
Yet.
6 months ago.
It's on the list, Henry. He'll get to it. He'll get to it.
And we changed the name of the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah.
That was important.
Yeah.
How much did he mention about insurance companies?
Yeah.
About the price of bread?
How
much did he talk about that? Oh, and Canada's the 51st state, isn't it?
Okay.
These are stupid people that buy into that, and that's from his own mouth.
Okay.
That's from him.
And he won.
Yes, because there's 80 million of them. He knew that.
Yeah.
There's way more of them than there are of thinking people. And all you got to do is go to the DMV and count them.
Yeah, so
that's all you got to do if you don't believe me. Where have you been? Did you ever walk around?
Yeah, I do walk around, except I don't walk around in a coma. That's my bad. I don't walk around in a coma.
Do you hear the reasons why they vote for Trump? You hear their reasons?
Well, number one, no. The people I talk to...
They're prejudiced people. I hate to say it. Let me say it, and now you're going to hang up on me.
Okay, well, I do. You know what, Henry? I am going to hang up on you. Take it easy. Traffic and weather together right here. Oofa on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Construction still hasn't wrapped up northbound on the Parkway, getting out of Westport into Fairfield through the no exit zone. We're still seeing some delays through there, about 10 minutes to get through there. Lower part of the county looks good, both 95 and the Parkway. 95 into Westport, still doing okay up into Bridgeport. No major problems. Road 8 into the Valley. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A few widely scattered showers early this evening. Otherwise cloudy overnight with a low in the upper 40s to near 50. On Wednesday, sunny and milder with a high in the mid 60s. Thursday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Never met a dent we couldn't smooth out. At Sono Collision, we turn your oopsie-daisy into amazing with our top-notch repair. No more crying over crumpled fenders. We'll erase your car's memory of that pesky light pole. Cruise over to Sono Collision today, where even your car forgets its accidents. Visit us at sonocollision.com, because a good car deserves a great recovery.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. A man who scaled a fence in the middle of the night and set fire to the Pennsylvania governor's mansion has pleaded guilty to attempted murder and other charges. Governor Josh Shapiro said today he's not deterred in his desire to serve others, but it's been difficult for him and his family.
We will forever be changed by this. We know that time will heal, but the scars will remain.
President Trump said today the job is not done in Gaza, and the remains of the dead hostages have not been returned as promised. CBS's Haley Ott.
That number was supposed to be 28. Israel's defense minister said that the return of only 4 sets of remains was a violation of the peace agreement.
It's day 14 of the government shutdown. House Speaker Mike Johnson.
Today, Senate Democrats will have their 8th chance to end this mess by passing our clean, nonpartisan continuing resolution, the government funding bill that would end all of this immediately.
CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Raoul Valley will face amended charges related to the death of James McGrath at a Shelton house party in 2022 with a new lawyer. A jury this year found Valley not guilty of murder, intentional manslaughter, and assault in the killing of McGrath, a Fairfield Prep student who was stabbed during a brawl. Valley was 16 years old at the time of the incident, and jurors were hung on lesser included charges, which he will face in a retrial. Valley's attorney at the first trial, Kevin Smith, has withdrawn from the case. Valley is due in court in Milford tomorrow. Police believe the 12-year-old girl whose body was found in a storage bin in New Britain had been dead for around a year. According to police, the girl was killed last fall in Farmington, and her body was kept in a plastic container until it was found last week in a storage bin at an abandoned house in New Britain. At a news conference attended by WFSB Channel 3, police said Jacqueline Torres Garcia was last seen in the fall of 2024 and that she had been the victim of abuse.
Evidence indicates that Jacqueline was the victim of prolonged physical abuse and malnourishment prior to her death. It is also believed that following her death, Jacqueline's body was kept in the family's basement and subsequently moved when the family relocated from Farmington in March of 2025.
The child's 29-year-old mother, Carla Garcia, and her boyfriend, Jonathan Nanita, have been arrested on charges that include murder with special circumstances. Their bail is set at $5 million. The corruption trial of former state deputy budget director Costa Diamantis resumed in Bridgeport Federal Court today after a 4-day break. Diamantis is accused of extortion and bribery in his running of the school construction grant program in Governor Ned Lamont's budget office. Diamantis is also expected to testify once the defense begins its case tomorrow or Thursday. Lamont is listed as a defense witness and could take the stand later this week. State police have disciplined 7 more troopers accused of creating false traffic tickets in the department computer system. A total of 18 state troopers have now been disciplined for participating in the scandal, which involved inaccurate data being entered into the system about thousands of tickets. Investigators believe most of the troopers implicated in the scheme entered the false data to make themselves appear more productive. At least one trooper told investigators that padding ticket counts used to be a common state police practice. 2 people are safe after escaping an early morning fire in Norwalk. Firefighters were called to the scene on East Avenue around 3:45 a.m. The fire was contained to the basement, but the rest of the 2-story house sustained smoke damage. There were no reported injuries. A state judge has upheld Shelton's rejection of a proposed cannabis shop in the city. Shelton planners voted to reject the application of Rodeo Cannabis to open a shop in Crown Point Center in August of last year. Rodeo appealed the rejection, and the state Superior Court judge found the city was within its rights to reject the shop. An attorney for Rodeo says they will be taking the matter to the state appellate court. The Supreme Court has dealt a heavy legal blow to conservative media personality Alex Jones. The court today refused to hear his request to keep his Texas-based media empire while he appeals. Michael Kastner has the complete details.
The Supreme Court is turning down an attempt by Jones to block a $1.5 billion defamation judgment against him. The conspiracy theorist was hit with the massive judgment over his false claims that the 2012 Sandy Hook school shooting was a hoax. The parents of the child victim secured the judgment. The court made no comment when rejecting the appeal of the state court ruling.
The ruling seemingly paves the way for the victims' families to take control of the InfoWars website and turn it over to the satirical website, The Onion. And around 100 members of the Connecticut National Guard have departed for a year-long deployment. A ceremony was held for the Guard members yesterday before they departed for the deployment to an undisclosed location. Hundreds of family members of the departing soldiers gathered for the ceremony in Windsor Locks before their loved ones boarded the plane to begin their deployment. WTNH-TV News 8 spoke with Myra Smith, the mother of one of the soldiers.
This is his courageous moment that he's always wanted. He's always wanted to be a soldier, always wanted to serve and protect, and to see him actually finally doing it, I'm excited.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Accident southbound 8 and 25 connector right near exit 3. It looks like 2 lanes taken out with that. 95 in the Parkway, not too bad. Stamford up to Norwalk, slow into Westport. Still some late running construction first half of the no exit zone. Route 8 up into the Valley looks good. New Haven County's okay. 95 in the Parkway. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a shower or two early, otherwise cloudy with an overnight low near 50. On Wednesday, sunny and milder with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Norwalk is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, I'm flummoxed here. I don't know. I just don't. I'm trying to figure this whole thing out. Maybe Yuns can help me here at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Serious question here. I mean, seriously. And I posted it on Facebook today, facebook.com/Voice of CT. Have Connecticut and national Democrats become disconnected from the modern-day, moderate, centrist voters they need? And the reason I ask this is, and look, we heard on the news, the Middle East peace thing, geez, yeah, Hamas isn't keeping their word. What a shock. I'm just stunned. Honey, those so nice Hamas people, why are they not giving it? Oh, my God. But look, you have to, even if you begrudgingly do it, you've got to give President Trump some credit on this whole thing in the Middle East, although I'll have some audio coming up from Chris Murphy, because even he can't do it. He decides to hit us with psychobabble on one of the Sunday shows. Word in that the White House just took out another suspected drug boat, which 71% of people, according to a previous survey, approve of. So they like that. Trump did a pretty good job in the whole Middle East thing. The Republicans are winning the battle in the polls on immigration, on taxes, and whatever. And we're having no Kings protests Saturday. I don't get it. All right, open phone lines if you want to jump in at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Where have you gone, FDR? Where have you gone, Bill Clinton? Where have you gone, Barack Obama? Where have you gone, Joe DiMaggio? Oh, I'm sorry. I just break into song. Let's start with Art, or start this half hour with Art in Easton. Art, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Very good, Paul, and thanks again for your engaging and insightful show.
I try, sir.
You do an excellent job of representing both sides. A couple of headlines, no king, things that common Americans cannot relate to. To your point, what happens to Democrats? We have health care costs that could double or quadruple for those of us on Medicare. Wages, prices.
Yeah.
We're not sticking to the issues. We're sticking to personal attacks.
Yeah.
That common Americans can't understand. I think if we focus on policies and, affordable health care, affordable goods, things that we all can agree on, red or white or blue or gray, but you're spot on. This no kings, no. I'm a master. I've worked in analytics for 30 years. I can't keep track of these words. The Democrats turn into a social purpose league where I had to see transgenders beat up women in the Olympics, almost kill the Italian boxer. Transgenders allowed to swim at UPenn, break all the women's records. So it's the social justice cause. It's like the WNBA versus the NBA. Not focusing on policies, not using language that middle Americans can understand and relate to. They got their heads in the cloud, personal attacks. Let's get on with it. And you're trying to wake everyone up. And I mean both sides. I call it the humanist party.
And Art, the reason I do that is because it's pretty simple, Art, and I think you'd agree with this. When the Republicans are normal, the Democrats are normal. When the Democrats are normal, the Republicans are normal. But again, to a lot of America, Art, with all his faults, Trump still looks for all the stuff that he does that drives people crazy. he still looks better than the other side to a little over half of America.
Absolutely, sir. Keep up the good work.
Thank you,
I love
Art.
your show.
I appreciate it, and thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. But again, Art, thank you. And we started off with our dear friend Henry in the Valley earlier before the news. But again, Henry was a perfect example, saying, well, everybody, or he alluded to Trump voters being stupid, like he likes to say, or racist or whatever. That's the Hillary thing. What are we going to do? The basket of deplorables all over again? Did they not learn from that? I guess they didn't. And the polls are trying to tell them. Another poll came out over the weekend. Now, at one aspect, yeah, it's not good for the Republicans, but at another more detailed aspect, it's not good for Democrats. But again, you've got people like Rosa DeLauro and Jim Himes and Joe Courtney and John Larson screaming his head off, and Johanna Hayes and Chris Murphy. Oh, Murphy. I got something from Murphy for you in a few seconds. And Dick Blumenthal. They don't get it. Why don't they get it? At least look inwards, guys and gals. Look in the mirror and say, well, you think this guy is so horrible. Look what he just helped to do in the Middle East. Somebody said, some pundit this morning from, I think it was MSNBC or NBC said, you may dislike the guy, but American power is probably the highest it's been in the Middle East in decades. But we won't do that, though. In Connecticut, we have no King's Marches coming up. It's great news if you sell hot dogs. Rod and Trumbull Hangout will be to you coming back on WICC.
Did you know tens of thousands of mothers, fathers, children, and seniors right here in Southern Connecticut face food insecurity? Moms going without so they can feed their children? That's why the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is relaunching their mobile kitchen, so they can deliver fresh hot meals directly into our streets and communities that need it most. Please help the relaunch of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission's mobile kitchens. Give today to bridgeportrescuemission.org, because no child, no senior, no human should ever go hungry.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Better news in Bridgeport, southbound 8 and 25 connector. The crash near the 95 merge is cleared. Parkway northbound's looking pretty good, too. Quick tap into Westport. They cleared the midday road work that was slowing things down. 95, just a quick tap coming out of Darien into Norwalk. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A few widely scattered showers early this evening. Otherwise cloudy overnight with a low in the upper 40s to near 50. On Wednesday, sunny and milder with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Never miss a moment when you listen through your Amazon Echo.
It's Connecticut Today.
It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, I just don't get it. I just don't get it. Why are we having no Kings gatherings in Connecticut? I'm looking at this story here from Hearst, and again, God bless people who want to do this. This isn't going to change anything. He's not running again. I guess it's nice if you're going to get out this coming Saturday, 40 Connecticut towns planning to take part. No Kings. All right. I'm guessing that after all those marches are done, there still won't be any Kings in the country. And if he tries to make himself a king, they will invoke the 25th Amendment faster than you can blink your eye. He'll be gone. It is mind-numbing. I got something coming up from Chris Murphy momentarily, but first, wait till you hear this. I heard this over the weekend, and I went, yeah, typical. Ron in Trumbull will do that first, because I'm sure Ron will make more sense. Ron, how are you?
You know, to talk about no kings, both parties are acting like kings. They're holding people hostage. The world is not going to move. The country's not going to move because they're holding it hostage over things that they could, if they wanted to, can negotiate. They're unwilling to do any of that. They just rather posture and say, we're right, everybody else is wrong.
Yep.
They're the kings.
Yeah, Ron, thank you. Yeah, I mean, listen, the power is really in Congress. Now, is Trump telling the Republicans, Ron, to dig in? I don't know. He may be. But again, you heard from the House Speaker today, Mike Johnson, saying, no, we're not moving off of this. We want the government to reopen here with a clean, continuing resolution. We'll talk about the Obamacare subsidies after we reopen the government. But again, we know what this is about. And Ron, thank you for the call. We know what this is about. More and more outlets are reporting that, the progressive wing of the party and AOC warned Chuck Schumer that unless you did it this way, we're coming after you next year. So there you go. Now, that stuff's been going on for years. All right. Connecticut U.S. Junior Senator Chris Murphy was on, what was he on? Face the Nation, CBS, Margaret Brennan. And she asked him about now this was on Sunday, so this is a day before yesterday. So things were still a bit tenuous over the weekend. You had Margaret Brennan there asking Chris Murphy about his thoughts on the peace process. Now, if you thought that Chris Murphy would be any sort of a statesman, now, unless he said something else that I didn't see, because you'd be surprised how many hardcore Democrats are coming out and saying, hey, we don't love the guy, but Trump did a good job here. All right, so you'll hear the question from Margaret Brennan. And it's typical. Chris Murphy right now encapsulates what's wrong with the Democratic Party.
I know you have a lot of differences with the president, but on this, is this a clear win?
Well, it's really important that we have a ceasefire. It's important that these hostages are coming home. And I congratulate the negotiators on getting this done.
How about that? I congratulate the negotiators on getting things done. And we'll start this again. But even at the beginning, Margaret Brennan, that's called a batting practice fastball. That's called putting something on a tee. Did you hear what Margaret Brennan said? Well, Senator, I know you have differences with the president, but so that's a Sunday morning beer league slow pitch underhanded ball saying, all right, I'm going to set you up here if you want to say something good or complimentary about the White House. But he couldn't. He couldn't because the lefties that he is appealing to, their heads would have cracked open. As my old friend Glenn Beck used to say, they would have had to get out the duct tape.
I know you have a lot of differences with the president, but on this, is this a clear win?
Well, it's really important that we have a ceasefire. It's important that these hostages are coming home. And I congratulate the negotiators on getting this done. There's no politics about this moment, as you're going to see some very tearful reunions tomorrow, hopefully, as these hostages are released. But you watch those devastating images of what Gaza looks like today, and it's both heartbreaking and infuriating that this deal has been on the table for over a year. And it's been Benjamin Netanyahu, because of his political considerations domestically, trying to protect himself, has frustrated the ability to find peace and to get the hostages home far before today. So, again, this will be a good week. But as you have reported, there are big issues to come. Israel is not fully pulling out of Gaza. There's no clear path forward on what the security and governance force is going to look like inside that country. There's certainly a risk of hostilities beginning again if we don't build on this first phase and come to some decisions about what Gaza looks like heading into next year.
And President Biden wasn't willing to put this kind of pressure on Benjamin Netanyahu. President Trump has. Your point is that's got to be sustained pressure to see this all the way through. Am I understanding you?
Yeah. I mean, listen, I think the barrier here has been Netanyahu, and Netanyahu is only going to move if he thinks that his relationship with the United States is at risk. And so clearly the pressure is going to have to continue to be strong and constant.
Oh, my God. How disingenuous can you get? That guy represents the great state of Connecticut in the U.S. Senate. She gave him a second chance to say something positive about the Trump White House. And the first chance was, Senator, I know you disagree with the president, but, and then, and I've kind of been in those situations during debates, interviewing people. You're like, all right, he's killing us here. Let me give him another chance. And she comes out and says, which a lot of people are saying now. I've got something coming up later from a diplomat who said, yeah, Trump went the way that Biden wouldn't go. And what does Chris Murphy do? Blames Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, again, Netanyahu's not completely clean in this either. But you know what word? Now, this is not the entire interview, but if you want to make your best points, you make them first. Did you hear the word Hamas come out of his mouth at all in that? You didn't. Did you hear the word terrorists come out? You didn't. I love, and I say love tongue-in-cheek, I love these uber-rich, uber-protected people in Congress, how they try to dictate to Israel and to any country in the Middle East what the hell to do about their own security. But Chris Murphy knows, he has all the answers. This is what I mean about being out of touch. I mean, you have, I think Hillary Clinton said Trump did a good job. Barack Obama did. Other big-time Democrats said, hey, we don't agree with him on a lot of stuff, but good to go here. Chris Murphy wouldn't say that. He is so cravenly looking at the White House in 2028. He is embarrassing the state of Connecticut right there. And poor Margaret Brennan, she's sitting there on Face the Nation, and I know everybody's into cable news. Let me tell you something. Millions of people still watch Face the Nation, Meet the Press, and This Week on CBS, NBC, and ABC. She gave him 2 shots. All right, Senator, I threw you a fastball right down the middle. You took that. Let me give you another one about how Joe Biden couldn't do this. I said, well, you know, Netanyahu. Yeah, but Senator Netanyahu, he is just. And you wonder why they're still getting hammered in the polls. You wonder why. Dan in Ansonia. Dan, good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, Paul, how you doing?
Good.
You know what's wrong with the Democrats? They're all mad because Trump is getting everything done.
Yes.
He's gone nonstop since he got in office, and they can't do it.
I just watched an 80-year-old guy take questions from the media for like 40 minutes in the Oval Office. I mean, how does he do this?
I don't know how the guy does it, man. He's nonstop. He's getting it done.
He's nonstop. He's not, and Dan, thank you for the call. And you're right. That's, Dan, you distilled it down to what it is. He's getting, he's getting it done. And right now, the country is looking at a guy who, and listen, we're not going to get on Mr. Biden's back. He is undergoing cancer treatment. We pray for him and his family. He's a husband, a father, a grandfather, whatever. So let's not go there. However, we're looking at something now when people are saying, geez, Trump does drive me nuts a lot and some of this stuff about the National Guard, whatever. But man, oh man. And again, all we have is Chris Murphy. We've got Bernie Sanders talking about the billionaires. We've got Elizabeth Warren talking about and it's like, do they all wear the same brand of blinders? I don't get it. I honestly don't understand it.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Better news in Bridgeport, southbound 8 and 25 connector. The crash near the 95 merge has cleared. Parkway northbound's looking pretty good, too. Quick tap into Westport. They cleared the midday road work that was slowing things down. 95, just a quick tap coming out of Darien into Norwalk. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a shower or two early, otherwise cloudy with an overnight low near 50. On Wednesday, sunny and milder with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Having the right winter tire matters. So take control of the roads this winter with a new set of Bridgestone Blizzak tires from Town Fair Tire. Town Fair has the region's largest inventory of Bridgestone tires, all at the guaranteed lowest prices you'll find anywhere. And with 100 locations, you'll find a Town Fair near you. For the guaranteed lowest price on Bridgestone Blizzak tires and the most free services for life, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Hey, folks, before we go to news and traffic and weather together and come back, a lot of guests coming up next hour and the hour after that. Be careful with your email. I've been getting a lot of these, and I know because I keep track of what I order. Right, invoice for order number so-and-so, or your package was just dropped off, click here. Be careful. I've gotten like 10 of those in the past week. If you're not sure about them, delete them.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. There's already a snag in the Gaza peace plan. Israel, angry that not all of the bodies of dead hostages have been returned, is threatening to cut the number of aid trucks entering Gaza by half. Bob Kitchen of the International Rescue Committee says much more is needed.
From a small trickle of aid to now a stream where we actually need an overwhelming torrent of aid, we're nowhere near that yet. There are 2 million people, 90% of which have been displaced. Famine conditions, they're not getting the aid they need.
At the White House, reporter Stacey Lynn.
In a post on Truth Social, the president said the job is not done and the bodies of the dead hostages have not been returned as promised. He said that step was needed to move on to the next phase of the U.S.-backed Gaza deal.
CBS News has joined several other news organizations in declining to agree to the Pentagon's new requirements for journalists. CBS's Eleanor Watson is at the Pentagon on why that decision was made.
Because of the language in the multi-page document that is concerning about what we would be limited to reporting. It's not about roaming the hallways. It's not about press badges. We already cannot access classified spaces, and we already wear press badges. The concern in the language in the document is that it would restrict how we solicit information, even unclassified classified information that could really limit our news gathering. That's why we're not signing, as well as a majority of other outlets aren't signing, and we will soon have to move out.
There's a vote later today in the Senate to end the government shutdown. Olivia Rinaldo reports it's likely to fail, but no one's talking anyway.
There are no conversations that we know that are happening between those Democratic leaders on Capitol Hill and the White House. There's also not even really conversations happening between those leaders on Capitol Hill. We have heard that rank and file members are talking to each other about perhaps what concessions on health care could look like, but no meaningful movements towards that yet, especially as we're entering what is the third week of this government shutdown.
Grammy-winning singer D'Angelo has died. Here's correspondent Matt Piper.
D'Angelo released his debut album Brown Sugar in 1995. The record was certified platinum. Voodoo followed. Released in 2000, it won the Grammy Award for Best R&B Album, while How Does It Feel won for Best Male R&B Vocal. His family says he died after a prolonged and courageous battle with cancer. D'Angelo was 51.
On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are mixed. The Dow is up 415. The Nasdaq is off by 38. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Not only does Progressive let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at Progressive.com.
Maybe this is you too. People are enormously frustrated with the cost of health care right now. There is an option. Hundreds of thousands of people have gone with MediShare. They like it more, and they're saving a lot of money. Perfect time for you to join, too. Apply before October 31st, and they will waive your application fee. That's $100 you'll be saving right off the bat, in addition to the thousands you can save every year. Call them now. Here's the number, 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. MediShare is a community of Christians who've shared more than $9 billion in medical bills. It has worked beautifully for decades. And with so many people re-examining their options right now, seeing premiums going up and up, this is a great time to take advantage of this offer. Just tell them the promo code SHARE and save $100 before October 31st. Call 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. 877-26-BIBLE.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center in Florist and Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune in to that garden guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Police believe the 12-year-old girl whose body was found in a storage bin in New Britain had been dead for around a year. According to police, the girl was killed last fall in Farmington, and her body was kept in a plastic container until it was found last week in a storage bin at an abandoned house in New Britain. At a news conference attended by WFSB Channel 3, police said Jacqueline Torres Garcia was last seen in the fall of 2024 and that she had been the victim of abuse.
Evidence indicates that Jacqueline was the victim of prolonged physical abuse and malnourishment prior to her death. It is also believed that following her death, Jacqueline's body was kept in the family's basement and subsequently moved when the family relocated from Farmington in March of 2025.
The child's 29-year-old mother, Carla Garcia, and her boyfriend, Jonathan Nanita, have been arrested on charges that include murder with special circumstances. Their bail is set at $5 million each. Carla Garcia's sister is also charged in the case. 2 people are safe after escaping an early morning fire in Norwalk. Firefighters were called to the scene on East Avenue around 3:45 a.m. The fire was contained to the basement, but the rest of the 2-story house sustained smoke damage. There were no reported injuries. And a state judge has upheld Shelton's rejection of a proposed cannabis shop in the city. Shelton planners voted to reject the application of Rodeo Cannabis to open a shop in Crown Point Center in August of last year. Rodeo appealed the rejection, and the state Superior Court judge found the city was within its rights to reject the shop. An attorney for Rodeo says they will be taking the matter to the state appellate court. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
All the midday road work is wrapped up now. 95 just starting to build a little bit out of Stamford through Darien, some extra company at the Westport. We'll call it exit 17 to 19. Parkway quick tap out of New Canaan. Not too bad into Westport. The midday road work in the Westport exits is cleared. Route 8 still looks pretty good. 95 in the Parkway, not all that bad into New Haven County. 84 westbound, the construction cleared in Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A few widely scattered showers early this evening. Otherwise cloudy overnight with a low in the upper 40s to near 50. On Wednesday, sunny and milder with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Right, 1 hour down, 2 to go. Hey, coming up later on, we will chat in the 5 o'clock hour with our very, very good friend, Megan Portfolio from the Yankee Institute. Now, Megan is trying to figure out whether or not there's actually a housing bill that'll be coming out of this supposed special session, whenever that might be. So we'll talk to Megan about that. Also, we, of course, here at WICC on all the shows here, especially with Melissa in the morning, Lisa in the midday, and yours truly here, we like to tell you about whether there's ever going to be anything, any more clamps, any more prospective safeguards for kids and social media. And we have a professor coming up from Quinnipiac and their data program and social media program to tell us about new safeguards for your kids. But my question here is, when is the Democratic Party, and I say this with all sincerity, when are they going to wake up? Because I see, hey, there's going to be more No Kings marches. Great. I'm sure when the marches are done, we're not going to have any kings. We don't have any kings now, and we're likely not going to have any kings Sunday, the day after these marches. But that's good, because I like when police and fire and EMT get some of that Sunday OT, which is usually, depending upon the city or town, double or triple time if they're on Sunday. So keep holding those marches. But it's ridiculous. You've got somebody, Chris Murphy, here saying, well, you know, the Middle East peace thing, you know, Netanyahu could. Are you out of your mind? You're saying that with a straight face, even if there's some truth to that. Time and a place. My God, FDR is spinning in his grave. JFK is spinning in his grave. Harry Truman, LBJ. Back when the party didn't cater to left-wing crazies. How about this? This is in Politico. All right? Politico is a decidedly progressive site for news, political news. New polls show Democrats' shutdown message falling flat. Democrats are struggling to erase Republicans' polling advantage on the economy, even as they fight to stop health care costs from rising. Don't yell at me. Don't burn down the piano player here. I'm just playing the tunes for you here. New polling out there by The Economist and YouGov, and The Economist is a well-respected publication that's been out there for, 100 years or whatever? Now, new polling shows that voters in the short term blame Republicans more than Democrats for the federal government shutdown. Okay. However, and this is where you folks who don't like Trump or you folks who don't like Republicans, you got to clean up your act. However, those same voters give the Republicans a 4-point advantage about which party they trust more on the economy. So it is so bad for the modern day Democrats, the party that used to be the party of the working class, lunch pail, blue collar, high school age and under worker. And even though they think the Republicans are at fault here for the shutdown, which, you could argue, logically, you could argue both sides, they still like the Republicans more on the economy. Another survey from Navigator Research, which is a Democratic firm, shows the same thing. Voters right now are PO'd at the Republicans, but if given a choice, they will take the Republican Party over the Democratic Party. To which I ask, what is up with the once great Democratic Party? Because I know what people are going to say. Well, we got to get out of the two-party system. I'm all for that. But you and I both know that both parties make it almost impossible to get on the ballot. So for now, until kingdom come, world without end, amen, we're going to have binary choices in elections. So my sincere advice is forget the no kings marches. We don't have kings. We won't have kings either. And figure out how to reinvent your party. And try to tell your members of Congress when they're asked on national television twice by an anchor, kind of a wink nod, hey, you want to give President Trump a little credit here for the Middle East? It may be a good idea if he doesn't blame the president of Israel. My God, how dumb. But everything's Trump's fault. I never thought I would see the day that this is so out of kilter. It's really frightening. It's frightening. It really is. I don't know what to tell you. This is nuts. Listen to this. I'll give you one quote before we go to the phones. Frank, Tim, and Dave, hang on. Congressman Henry Cuellar, Democrat of Texas, who says, get this, are we going to get all the working class back? Probably not. But make sure we have those No Kings protests, too. That'll help. I'm sure that'll help. Like I said, if people want to go out and God bless them, don't watch the Jets. Go out, hell, you Republicans, go to a No Kings rally, buy some hot dogs, have a nice day out. Don't sit home and watch my Jets after Sunday. Oofa. Woo. Frank in Bridgeport's here. Frank, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon, Paul. I want to bless you for being up at Nick's on Sunday.
Oh,
that
it was great.
The highlight of Christmas Day. Not only that, but you going around saying hello to the people. I never met you before, but it was a joyous day to have you up there on Sunday, and also in the parade. You really lifted Chris's spirits, because you know what he went through.
Oh, yeah, our friend Chris Caruso, yeah.
Paul, thank the good Lord that he's here.
Yeah.
People are praying for him.
Yep.
And I'm going to tell you, I'm blessed. I turned 90 this year with God's help, and I've known Chris many years. My brother, who passed on 2 years ago, worked for Chris on all that committee.
Oh.
But it was a joy to see you up at Nick's on Sunday. And with that band playing inside, that really made the day everything and honored him. So God bless you what you do, talking with Chris every Friday. But, Paul, you got my prayers. Sincerity, when I go to Mass every day,
thank you.
I offer my Mass and communion for him and for a lot of people around the world. But I want to say it again. You made Chris's day by being there Sunday. My day, the Kylie's day, all the good people that you met, it was good that you were there. And thanks be to God.
Thank you, Frank. Great to hear from you. Frank, thank you. It was great meeting you. Frank, take care, be good, and enjoy the rest of your day until we chat again. Frank was one of the great people I met at Nick's in Bridgeport Saturday, along with Chris Caruso. We all gathered around a table and had some great laughs and everything. Talked about the good, the bad, the agita, whatever. Frank, thank you. Appreciate that from the bottom of my heart.
The kids have their costumes, but they can't wait for Halloween or for all that candy. So don't. Join WICC and Goodwill of Western and North Connecticut for Trick or Treat Day, Saturday, October 18th at Sacred Heart University's Discovery Science Center and Planetarium in Bridgeport. Come dressed up for activities, live performances, character meet and greets, and of course, candy. Limited tickets available now at voiceofct.com.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk is part of a trusted integrated network, offering comprehensive dental services from A to Z, all in one convenient location. From routine cleanings to advanced procedures, their expert team is ready to care for your smile. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Complete dental care all under one roof.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarbeautyRealEstate.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
You're listening to WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 in the Parkway, not too bad out of Stamford. Getting up into Norwalk, it's about 20 minutes. Still about another 20 to 25 to go. Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Both roadways building a little bit into Westport. Connector looks good. The 8 and 25 connector as well as the Milford connector. Route 8 is okay up into Derby and Shelton. If you're looking to buy or sell gold, visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is here to assist with all your gold buying needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a shower or two early, otherwise cloudy with an overnight low near 50. On Wednesday, sunny and milder with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
How much crazier can it get? Don't worry, Paul's here to get you through it. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the voice of Connecticut.
So you have two surveys out there in the middle of the government shutdown that say, all right, most people this time around are blaming the Republicans on the government shutdown, but they still prefer the Republicans on the economy. Oh my God. JFK must be sobbing somewhere. You can't script this lunacy. What has happened to the Democratic Party? Who's their leader? What's their plan? Well, Trump sucks. All right, give me something else. And I saw now, and our buddy, our pal Tom Dudchick has a link on the Capitol Report to, you ready for this? I got through about 2 minutes of this and the agita was starting. A Gavin Newsom podcast with special guest Chris Murphy. Oh, no, that ended quick. Dave in Brantford is here. Dave, what's up?
Well, how are you doing, Paul?
I'm all right, Dave.
I have a request for you. A little bit of, at some point in the show, discuss your, what you saw about the Columbus Day parade.
Yeah.
I didn't see anything on the news. I feel like they willfully didn't cover it on the TV news. Not because it was you. It just was Columbus Day just doesn't make it to the mass media anymore.
No, I don't doubt it. I've heard complaints about that over the years from other cities in town. Yeah, well, if you send a camera crew out to Columbus, yeah.
We had a lovely Columbus Day parade in Brantford in 2019.
Yeah.
Rosa DeLauro was actually in it. She was willing to ride in. She actually came out, and it was well attended. I was surprised.
Yeah, but the problem was, Dave, that was pre-George Floyd.
It was pre-George Floyd when we took down the statue, so it was okay. Yeah. I'll bet no one would show up. Now, on Murphy, I'll try to be brief about this. The media has obviously appointed him.
Yeah.
He was on the Welker NBC program last week talking about the usual nothing.
Yeah.
He was on the CBS program this week.
Yeah.
And before that, he had taken trips to Ukraine to pontificate on something he is not equipped at all to comment on. And every shooting under the sun, there's Murphy, who's like Senator Shoot 'em. Senator shoot 'em up. And the problem is in a one-party state, maybe 40, 60, we always get about 45% people vote for Republicans. We get no elected representatives at the state or federal level, the constitutional offices. And so they don't have to worry about attracting any Republican votes. So they say the darndest, stupidest things. And it really is getting ridiculous that Whoopi Goldberg, for instance, on the View, she won't even say Trump's name.
I know.
She said, you know who, and he. Who
they look like fools, Dave. They sound like abject fools.
I'm all done. Thanks for doing a good job
Dave,
on Columbus Day. I wish I could have seen you, and I'd like to hear you tell something about the story later in the show.
All right, Dave. Thanks. Bye. Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you, Dave. Appreciate it. I mean, it's just, Whoopi Goldberg, you know who. Meantime, the other side, I hate to say it. See, here's what the Dems need. I'll tell you what they need, honestly. Heading into next year, into the midterms, and I'm being serious, dead serious about this. You need the following people who impress me. You need Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania. You need John Fetterman, one of the senators from Pennsylvania. You need the governor of Maryland, Wes Moore. You need Andy Beshear, the governor of Kentucky. You need maybe a couple of other moderates out there. You need 2 or 3 moderates to get together and to tell the far left of the Democratic Party, go screw, because you're killing us right now. You're killing us. Only in the Democratic Party is AOC revered. This woman forced, along with what else? Low-income people, union people. Do you remember when Amazon wanted to build that tower in Long Island City in Queens? Hardly Beverly Hills. And she came along and she wouldn't shut her yap until they said, screw it, we're not going to do this. And they either didn't build it or built it somewhere else. I mean, I'm sitting there going, what are you, nuts? Well, the neighborhood is going to gentrify. Name me a neighborhood that hasn't gentrified. Back to ancient Rome or Greece. Well, those jobs at $125,000, they wouldn't occupy people in my district or employ. No, maybe not, Congresswoman, maybe not. But do the people in your district near that proposed site, do they have bodegas? Do they have sandwich shops? Do they have dry cleaners? Do they have auto repair shops? Do they have oil change shops? Do they own parking lots? But God's sake, let's make sure by all stretch of the imagination, we have another weekend of no Kings rally.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 in the Parkway, not too bad out of Stamford. Getting up into Norwalk, it's about 20 minutes. Still about another 20 to 25 to go. Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Both roadways building a little bit into Westport. Connector looks good. The 8 and 25 connector, as well as the Milford connector. Route 8 is okay up into Derby and Shelton. If you're looking to buy or sell gold, visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is here to assist with all your gold buying needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A few widely scattered showers early this evening. Otherwise cloudy overnight with a low in the upper 40s to near 50. On Wednesday, sunny and milder with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Bring your furry friends to Paws in the Park, a Halloween bash. Join Bridgeport Animal Control this Saturday, October 18th from 12 to 4 at Post Office Square, 1160 Main Street in downtown Bridgeport. Enjoy a pet costume contest and parade, beer garden, pup cup bar, food, shopping, music, demonstrations, and more, all to support the Bridgeport Animal Shelter. It's Paws in the Park, and your leashed, vaccinated, well-behaved dogs are welcome. Learn more at colorfulbridgeport.com or BPT Animal Shelter on Facebook.
Now you can find out who's under the helmet and behind the jersey with the Root and Report Athlete Profile. High school sports are made great by the student athletes who play them. Check out the High School Athlete Profile, sponsored by BMW of Darien at therootandreport.com.
Hello, my name is Bob Cento, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, scinto.com.
Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out Connecticut-made.com and get made.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices for breakfast. Bacon, egg, and cheese. On a hard roll, wrap, whole wheat toast, any way you'd like it. Or a big D breakfast with 2 pancakes, 2 eggs, and bacon, ham, or sausage. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurant's many items, including breakfast platters, sandwiches, muffins, bagels, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat breakfast at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Evolve your vehicle ownership experience with Maritime Chevrolet of Fairfield. Take the hassle out of vehicle maintenance and choose Mobile Service Plus at Maritime, where our technicians come to you. We can replace your brakes, change your oil, and update all your maintenance at your home or office. No lines, no traffic, and no inconvenience. We meet you on your terms at MaritimeChevy.com, where world-class technicians and superior hospitality come standard. That's MaritimeChevy.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Israel is accusing Hamas of violating the peace plan by not releasing the bodies of dead hostages. CBS's Haley Ott reports from Tel Aviv.
It's a holiday here, and people are spending time at home with their loved ones and just processing what it means that this 2-year chapter seems to have finally come to something of an end.
President Trump says the U.S. has struck another small boat accused of carrying drugs off the coast of Venezuela. A powerful storm is creating problems in the West, especially in areas of Southern California that suffered through wildfires. Meteorologist Kate Bilo.
More rain for California as this next system comes on shore. We're talking mountain snow and the threat for flooding.
The man accused of breaking into the governor's mansion in Pennsylvania and starting a fire has pleaded guilty to attempted murder and other charges. Governor Josh Shapiro spoke today about how his family has tried to deal with what happened.
It's been really hard.
CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Raoul Valley will face amended charges related to the death of James McGrath at a Shelton house party in 2022 with a new lawyer. A jury this year found Valley not guilty of murder, intentional manslaughter, and assault in the killing of McGrath, a Fairfield prep student who was stabbed during a brawl. Valley was 16 years old at the time of the incident, and jurors were hung on lesser included charges, which he will face in a retrial. Valley's attorney at the first trial, Kevin Smith, has withdrawn from the case. Valley is due in court in Milford tomorrow. State police have disciplined 7 more troopers accused of creating false traffic tickets in the department computer system. A total of 18 state troopers have now been disciplined for participating in the scandal, which involved inaccurate data being entered into the system about thousands of tickets. Investigators believe most of the troopers implicated in the scheme entered the false data to make themselves appear more productive. At least one trooper told investigators that padding ticket counts used to be a common state police practice. Thousands of Connecticut residents and businesses lost power as a strong nor'easter impacted the region over the last 2 days. Eversource and United Illuminating were reporting around 15,000 customers without electricity yesterday afternoon at the height of the storm. Wind gusts of around 50 miles per hour were reported in Bridgeport and Stratford yesterday. The ferry from Bridgeport to Port Jefferson was suspended, and the 6 a.m. departure this morning was canceled as well. The corruption trial of former state deputy budget director Costa Diamantis resumed in Bridgeport federal court today after a 4-day break. Diamantis is accused of extortion and bribery in his running of the school construction grant program in Governor Ned Lamont's budget office. Diamantis is also expected to testify once the defense begins its case tomorrow or Thursday. Lamont is listed as a defense witness and could take the stand later this week. The Supreme Court has dealt a heavy legal blow to conservative media personality Alex Jones. The court today refused to hear his request to keep his Texas-based media empire while he appeals. Michael Kastner has the complete details.
The Supreme Court is turning down an attempt by Jones to block a $1.5 billion defamation judgment against him. The conspiracy theorist was hit with the massive judgment over his false claims that the 2012 Sandy Hook school shooting was a hoax. The parents of the child victim secured the judgment. The court made no comment when rejecting the appeal of the state court ruling.
The ruling seemingly paves the way for the victims' families to take control of the InfoWars website and turn it over to the satirical website, The Onion. Around 100 members of the Connecticut National Guard have departed for a year-long deployment. A ceremony was held for the Guard members yesterday before they departed for the deployment to an undisclosed location. Hundreds of family members of the departing soldiers gathered for the ceremony in Windsor Locks before their loved ones boarded the plane to begin their deployment. WTNH-TV News 8 spoke with Myra Smith, the mother of one of the soldiers.
This is his courageous moment that he's always wanted. He's always wanted to be a soldier, always wanted to serve and protect, and to see him actually finally doing it, I'm excited.
And police and others in Easton are closely monitoring the movements of a large bear that has been seen in town in recent days. The bear was spotted near homes on Friday in the areas of Blanchard Road and Route 59. Many Easton residents posted on social media about their encounters with the bear, who was described as knocking over bird feeders and rifling through trash cans. Jenny Dixon from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection spoke about the importance of keeping food sources away from areas that a bear can reach.
The more they continue to find that human source food, the more they start to look to our houses and our yards as places to find food. It sets up something that is called habituation. They get very comfortable around people, and then they get food conditioned. They start to associate people with a way to get food.
People are urged to use caution if they encounter a bear and to remove items from around their homes that could attract a bear. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 in the Parkway, a little bit of company out of Stamford up through New Canaan, Darien. It's about 20 minutes to go. Stamford to Norwalk, both roadways. And both roadways under a half hour. Norwalk to Bridgeport, Parkway's heaviest into Westport. 95, some delays out by Sherwood Island getting into Southport. Still pretty good Route 8 up into the valley. And the construction cleared 84 through Newtown into Danbury. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a shower or two early, otherwise cloudy with an overnight low near 50. On Wednesday, sunny and milder with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Stratford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And yeah, if some people living in Stratford or anywhere in Fairfield or New Haven County or all over the state are federal employees, they may be out of a job permanently soon if this government shutdown is not settled. But both sides appear to be digging in, we think. Joining us right now, one of our go-to folks, live from D.C., CBS News, White House reporter Olivia Rinaldi. Olivia, never a dull moment, another busy day. How are you?
Hey, Paul. I'm good. How are you?
Not too bad. What's the latest, Olivia? Certainly sounds like, by what you folks have been saying and what I'm reading here, both sides digging in their heels here on this shutdown, or what?
Yeah, Paul, there's absolutely zero conversation happening at the highest levels of government between Democratic leaders in Congress, Republican leaders in Congress, and this White House. Even though we know the White House is talking with their Republican counterparts on Capitol Hill, there's not many conversations happening between Leader Schumer and Leader Jeffries and Speaker Mike Johnson and Leader Thune. There's conversations that just are not happening at this moment. Both sides are really digging in their heels. Now, we do know that the rank and file are talking to each other. So we do know that some members of Congress, some of those senators are having those types of conversations about what it would take for everyone to get back on the same level, same playing field, and talking to each other, trying to get this shutdown solved. But nothing really coming to fruition at this moment. The House also just isn't here. They're back in their home districts, and Speaker Johnson said he's not going to bring them back until the government reopens. Well, you kind of need them to vote so you can get the government to reopen. But he says, we already passed our 30-day extension package for the continuing resolution. We don't need to pass it again. Senate should take it up. They should pass it, and we should get back to work. He says that people are already working through their appropriations packages back at home. But again, some of that legislating you have to do in person. He did say, though, today, and I do want to underscore this in note, he says this could be the longest shutdown in government history.
Wow.
The last time we had a government shutdown, back in 2019, it was the longest then. It was 35 days, and it was at a critical point where we had air traffic controllers literally driving Uber and delivering food so that they could pay for their credit card bills after working 6 days a week, 10-hour shifts. This is a critical point that we could be heading to, but it seems at this moment, none of those people are in the positions of power want to talk to each other.
Yeah, Olivia, one more quick question. What sense do you folks have down there? Is Mr. Trump, is the president completely driving this thing for the Republicans? Is it a his way or the highway thing, or is he actively listening to what the caucus is saying?
I wouldn't necessarily say it's on President Trump. It's actually Democrats that are the ones leading this shutdown, mainly because they say they want that fight over health care, over Medicare, and over those subsidies and those premiums that are certainly going to go up. They want that fight. This White House is saying that they, would like to see the government open, but the Democrats are saying no way, no how, unless there is a conversation about extending those tax subsidies to lower healthcare premiums. So that's kind of where we're at right now. They're taking that staunch position, and so therefore this White House may need to start playing ball.
Olivia Rinaldi, CBS News. Olivia, as always, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Have a great rest of your day. Thanks.
Thank you, you too.
Appreciate it. So there you go. All right. All right, we'll get back to the phones. Tim and Jose, hang on. We'll be to you right after we do this on a Tuesday edition of Connecticut Today on
I'm Barbara from
WICC.
Trumbull, and I've used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 2012 when he diagnosed the source of a carbon monoxide problem when no one else could. I use him for maintenance and emergency situations for that reason. He has always been able to fix any problem in my home. There's no one better than Steve Basso.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
This is your CT Insider weather update. Partly cloudy for most of the week, possibly a little bit of sun peeking out before the weekend, and a little windier than usual, with high temperatures in the low 60s and some lows reaching the 40s.
Powered by CT Insider.
There's more to Connecticut with CT Insider, a hometown behind every headline. With every issue, investigation, or interview, there's more when you're following from the inside. Visit ctinsider.com for more.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 in the Parkway, a little bit of company out of Stamford up through New Canaan, Darien. It's about 20 minutes to go. Stamford to Norwalk, both roadways. And both roadways under a half hour. Norwalk to Bridgeport, Parkway's heaviest into Westport. 95, some delays out by Sherwood Island getting into Southport. Still pretty good Route 8 up into the valley. And the construction cleared 84 through Newtown into Danbury. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
A few widely scattered showers early this evening. Otherwise cloudy overnight with a low in the upper 40s to near 50. On Wednesday, sunny and milder with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Stay connected with Paul during the show at WICC 600 on Facebook. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, we have quite a dynamic duo here, a winning quinella. There's a little horse race term for you. These two guys have been hanging on. Maybe they want to answer the question, what's up with the Democratic Party, huh? Are we left with no Kings marches? Do we make no Kings Day like Three Kings Day? I don't know. We'll lead off with Tim here. Tim, good afternoon from beautiful downtown Hamden. How are you?
I am okay, Paul. What did you do on October 9th? You know, that was National Leif Erikson Day.
Yeah.
You know, the man who actually was in the United States almost 500 years before Columbus.
Okay.
The man who traded and discovered, the world and never rounded up the natives and stuff for prostitution or anything for his men.
Tim, I don't care.
I know.
I don't. Well, Leif Erikson. Okay. And?
Change it to National Italian American Day.
No, why? Why should we do that? Why should the Italians have to back away from a day that was given to us by the federal government?
Given to you for the false story of Christopher Columbus.
No. Shall I read this to you? That's why we got Columbus Day? Do you know the story?
Would you read what the president?
That's
of the United
that's
States,
not what I'm asking you. Columbus Day was signed into law by President Benjamin Harrison in 1892 as a tribute and an act of forgiveness to the Italian immigrant community in response to the lynchings of 11 Italians that took place in New Orleans on 14 March 1891 to this day.
Absolutely. Call it National Italian American Day.
No, Tim, we're not going to do that.
Not
Tim,
fine.
have a nice day. I'm done with this. Tim, call me with something else. Oofa, as my mother used to say. We're going to argue about Columbus and Leif Erikson and Vasco da Gama and America Vespucci. Tim, move on. Oofa. Jesus H. The Democratic Party. Well, there's a perfect example. And Tim, I love you. You know that. But instead of figuring out why the parties or why anything anti-Trump is dying in the polls right now, we're going to argue about Columbus Day. Oh, my God. Jose in Shelton. Jose, how are you?
Yeah, how are you, Paul? I'm going to come to the rescue.
Okay.
Happy Columbus Day to everybody everywhere.
That's
Italians,
right.
Portuguese. I don't know why these people get caught up in Columbus this day. It's Columbus Day.
Thank you, Jose. Thank you.
When I was a kid growing up in Bridgeport, I used to always go to the parade.
Yeah. And listen, Jose, but no, wait. Let me give you, and I'll let you finish. Hold on. Jose, you and I both
don't cut me
know.
off. I got a couple of good points.
You and I both know that you cannot judge what somebody did 500 years ago by today's standards. You can't do it. It's impossible. Now, your other points, Jose.
My other point. Oh, I went to the parade.
Yeah?
I saw you.
Well, why didn't you?
I was gonna come up to and introduce myself, but
happened?
It was raining, and I had a comfortable chair. I was at the Brazilian restaurant. I was surrounded by beautiful people.
Yeah,
but I saw you. I yelled your name, but
now see,
you were the honorary Grand Marshal.
Well,
right?
yeah, it was a ceremonial grandma. Yeah, but I thought I heard somebody yell my name. That was you.
Now, yeah, I said Paul, but you were like kind of waving to the crowd. You know, you were a celebrity. You're a big celebrity.
Well, you know what you should have done? You should have taken all that money you have and thrown some of it at me, and I would have said, "Where'd that come from?" Wow.
Actually, I ate at the Brazilian restaurant.
Yeah.
The food was excellent.
Nice.
But the tariffs oh my God, the tariffs hit me hard.
What, the tariffs? Tariffs?
The tariffs with the meat.
Yeah. Well, Jose, you're made of money. What do you care? You're made of money.
But I can't complain. You know why? The food was excellent.
That's it.
And I was surrounded by beautiful Brazilian women.
Let me tell you something. Brazilian women, you know, when my part-time job, sometimes, Jose, they used to schedule me in New York City to work on the day of the Brazilian parade in the middle of Manhattan. Let me tell you something.
46th Street.
Jose, let me tell you something, my man. You and I both know there's nothing wrong with a stroll in the middle of Midtown on Brazilian Day, if you know what I mean.
You know, no, not at all. I've been there many times. What you need is a Brazilian wife.
Well,
I'm telling you, I saw you, and I said, among other things, you're missing a Brazilian wife because they take care of their man.
Well, that's for another discussion. But Jose, I'm bummed I didn't talk to you. Yeah,
Paul,
yeah.
I wanted to mention.
Yeah.
I figured by your voice you look like I had you pictured in my mind, but you're totally different.
Of course.
Positive, of course.
Well, that's.
But I pictured you as some 45-year-old.
Yeah.
And like the voices sometimes don't match the perception.
Trust me, Jose. After 45 years in radio, I know that. Believe me.
But I seen you were walking. You got out of your car to get some good exercise.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but it was you know what it is? One more point.
Yeah.
When I was a kid in Bridgeport, the parades were beautiful.
Yeah.
Every ethnic group had their own float. What happened to the floats? No more floats.
I get Jose. What can I tell you? Oh, I don't know.
You know what
To
I'm
me,
saying?
yeah.
It was okay. It was a small parade. I get it, but like all the floats, the little motorcycles from Milford, the red motorcycles, like everything is like nowadays. It's just like you get city officials with their vehicles, fire and police departments. And you get a couple of you get a couple of kids, and maybe like camp, and that's it. What happened to the beautiful float?
Yeah. Yeah, Jose.
When I was a kid, right?
Well, Jose, when you and I were kids, 100 years ago, things were different, Jose. You know that.
The Barnum Parade, when I was a kid, it was the third biggest in the country.
Really?
Today, it's decimated. It was the third biggest in the country.
Anyway, Jose, I'm glad you were out. I got to run, my friend. Thank you, Jose. I'm glad you were out. And folks, I'm not saying that. I thought I heard somebody yelling, Paul. And I turned around, and I didn't see anybody waving or anything because Jose was probably holding court there. He was having his nice Brazilian meal, surrounded by all his friends and family and loved ones. So, that's it. But it was a hoot yesterday, and I got to meet some very nice people there and up and down Madison Avenue there and by the new high school and everything. Boy, those construction holes, boy. And sadly, it started to rain. That kind of took the damper on the outdoor festival. So there you go. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Oh, Bill in New Haven. Bill, how are you?
Good. You hear me?
I can hear you, Bill. I loud and clear. What do you got?
No more holidays. Forget about it. We're gonna live like communists. That's it.
Wait a minute. Holidays. You want to live like? Well, wait a minute. Didn't they ask you to be a communist in New Haven?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. No more holidays.
So you want no holidays?
Work. We're becoming like China. Work. Anyway.
Yeah.
You want new cabinets? Oh well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, well.
Wait a minute. New cabinets? I didn't get new cabinets.
Oh, no.
No.
That's a tariff.
Yeah. Oh, the tariff. Yes. I know where you're going. Yeah, well.
Anyway.
Yeah.
I told you to put Yale in there.
Yeah.
And let the Jets Yale.
Wait a minute. You want the Yale football team to take place in my Jets? Is that what you're telling me?
That's right, yeah.
Oh, might not be a bad idea. At least Yale won a couple of games. Oh, my God.
Okay.
All right.
It's funny. You can't make this crap up.
No, you can't.
Okay.
All right, brother.
Bye-bye.
Take care of yourself, Bill. All right. There you go. See Bill in New Haven there. Bulldogs, bow, wow, wow. Now, luckily, I was in the wonderful Bridgeport Columbus Day Parade number 117. So luckily, I wasn't watching the Jets. But I would took out my phone every so often before the parade started, and I see 6-3, 9-6. I'm like, well, all right, the defense showed up, and then I saw the final score, and I don't want to be rude. Watch game highlights during the freaking parade. Hey, Paul, how you doing? Well, hold on a second. I'm watching the Jets. So I see the final scores 13-11. He said 13. I said, all right. So that means Denver got a touchdown, a PAT, and 2 field goals. How do you get 11 points? And I said, all right, 3 field goals and a safety. And it turned out to be not an actual safety. It was a holding penalty in the end zone, and that's an automatic safety. That's 2 points. And he got a kick. But little did I know, until I checked the parade was done, and I'm driving back here to the station with our promotion boss, Drew Carano. I'm looking to say, what didn't? And then I see the Jets had minus 10 yards passing. Because, God bless him, Justin Fields was sacked 9 times because he didn't throw the ball, which is primarily the job of a quarterback on any level. Midget, peewee, rec league, youth league, elementary school league, junior high, high school, junior college, major college. Throw the ball. So Bill may be onto something, putting Coach Reno's Bulldogs there, who I think lost a heartbreaker at the gun on Saturday to Dartmouth. But, yeah, my Jets are 0-6. But Aaron Glenn said he's seeing improvement. He's Justin Fields will be fine. Justin Wilson. You remember him as I guarantee. All right. Traffic and weather together right now, right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 in the Parkway, still holding at about 20 minutes. Stamford getting up into Norwalk. Parkway's heavy by the New Canaan Rest. 95 just patchy volume through Darien. Parkway pretty heavy getting into Westport out of Norwalk. 95 slows at Sherwood Island. Route 8 starting to build into the Commodore Hall Bridge. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a shower or two early, otherwise cloudy with an overnight low near 50. On Wednesday, sunny and milder with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
This fall, cozy up to savings at Spectre Furniture and Mattress Gallery in Ansonia. Whether you're refreshing a room or refurnishing your whole home, Spectre Furniture's fall savings event makes it easy and affordable. And if your old couch or mattress has more lumps than your grandma's gravy, it's time for an upgrade. See what they're all about, or ask your neighbor. Spectre Furniture and Mattress Gallery, where tradition meets comfort. Trusted for 135 years. Thank you for shopping local. SpectreFurniture.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, coming up, a couple of guests here in the 5 o'clock hour. It's Tuesday. You know what that means. Yes, our good friend Megan Portfolio from the Yankee Institute. She writes the Hartford Portfolio blog. Her latest piece out there. You know, Megan is sniffing around as she does, and we told you part of the reason I have her on is she keeps in touch with everything the General Assembly is doing. She watches literally, and I don't mean, I'm not exaggerating, she watches hundreds of hours of CTN, the Connecticut Network, our local version of C-SPAN, and she literally downloads and reads hundreds and thousands of pages of these bills that oftentimes get worked on in secret, like this housing bill, this whole ridiculous, asinine housing bill, which is a giveaway to developers in the state. Well, she's trying to figure out, as others are, what exactly is in this bill. So we'll get to chat with her about that in the 5 o'clock hour. Coming up in a few minutes, we will be talking to an expert from Quinnipiac University. And you know how on this show, especially with Melissa in the morning, we talk a lot about social media, the good, the bad, the ugly of that, and, you know, how it can possibly affect your kids. Well, we've had this gentleman on before, Quinnipiac University Assistant Professor for Interactive Media, John Powers, is going to discuss what changes are being made by Instagram that could make it safer for your son, your daughter, your stepson, your granddaughter, grandkids, whatever, to go on the internet. So we'll talk about that, as always. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC on this post-Columbus Day edition. See what I did there? Of Connecticut Today.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The Gaza peace plan is holding, but there are already signs of strain. Israel is demanding Hamas release all of the bodies of dead hostages. Only 4 have been handed over. President Trump said today Hamas could be disarmed by force, violently if need be. CBS's Olivia Rinaldi with more.
There is still a lot of uncertainty over who will rule the Gaza Strip. Particularly, there's questions about the future of the Palestinian Authority, which will be remade under this Board of Peace.
Israel is threatening to cut the number of aid trucks entering Gaza by half. Jolien Vivek of Care Palestine says the aid is desperately needed now.
Because it's not just about the supplies, it's also about the destruction of the infrastructure. So we also need tools. We need machinery for the rubble to be removed. It's also about safe drinking water. We need fuel for the trucks. We need desalination units to clean the water to make sure it's safe for people to drink.
CBS News joined other news organizations today in declining to agree to new restrictions for journalists at the Pentagon. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth was asked about the requirements today.
So you would think that the Pentagon press corps of all press corps would be front and center across the board on wanting to give credit to the president for forging this kind of peace, and instead what they want to talk about is a policy about them.
President Trump said Hegseth finds the press to be very disruptive in terms of world peace. There are no negotiations happening to end the government shutdown, which is hitting home now for many federal workers missing their paychecks, some permanently. Allison Keyes reports.
Standing with Democrats at a press conference, a fired FDA worker told reporters that her 6-year-old son asked to sell 3D printed Legos to help with their mortgage.
He knows that mommy is out of work and we're worried about paying our bills, and he wants to help.
But House Speaker Mike Johnson says Democrats are engaged in pure politics.
They're playing games while real Americans are being harmed.
So many Americans are confused about the government guidelines for COVID shots. It's leading to some of the lowest vaccination rates since the pandemic. Ira Katz owns a pharmacy in Atlanta.
I have never seen anything like this before, where there is such great confusion. People are conflicted as to, should I get it? Should I not get it? What do I need to do? This is a problem. It should not be that way.
Thousands of Kaiser Permanente healthcare workers went on strike this morning. Some motorists showing their support for the striking workers in California. On Wall Street at the closing bell, stocks were mixed. The Nasdaq was down 172. The Dow was higher by 200. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. See why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive to stay protected on the road. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Barbara from Trumbull, and I've used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 2012, when he diagnosed the source of a carbon monoxide problem when no one else could. I use him for maintenance and emergency situations for that reason. He has always been able to fix any problem in my home. There's no one better than Steve Basso.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The corruption trial of former state deputy budget director Costa Diamantis resumed in Bridgeport Federal Court today after a 4-day break. Diamantis is accused of extortion and bribery in his running of the school construction grant program in Governor Ned Lamont's budget office. Diamantis is also expected to testify once the defense begins its case tomorrow or Thursday. Lamont is listed as a defense witness and could take the stand later this week. And police and others in Easton are closely monitoring the movements of a large bear that has been seen in town in recent days. The bear was spotted near homes on Friday in the areas of Blanchard Road and Route 59. Many Easton residents posted on social media about their encounters with the bear, who was described as knocking over bird feeders and rifling through trash cans. Jenny Dixon from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection spoke about the importance of keeping food sources away from areas that a bear can reach.
The more they continue to find that human source food, the more they start to look to our houses and our yards as places to find food. It sets up something that is called habituation. They get very comfortable around people, and then they get food conditioned. They start to associate people with a way to get food.
People are urged to use caution if they encounter a bear and to remove items from around their homes that could attract a bear. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
And it looks like a minor accident southbound 8 and 25 connector approaching 95. It's off to the shoulder. Just use some caution making your way onto the 95 merge. Northbound out of Stamford, Darien, not too bad. About a half hour to go Norwalk to Bridgeport, heaviest at Sherwood Island. Parkway builds out of Stamford through the New Canaan Res, pretty heavy into Westport. Not too bad. Fairfield, Trumbullside, Route 8, about 5 minutes to get through the delay up to the bridge. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A few widely scattered showers early this evening. Otherwise cloudy overnight with a low in the upper 40s to near 50. On Wednesday, sunny and milder with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, fantabulous that you are with us. 2 hours down, 2 to go. By the way, we're here in case you stumbled on this show and said, who is this guy running his mouth here getting me upset? Well, it's me. Hi, Paul Piselli. We're here every Monday through Friday, 2 to 6, WICC, 600 AM, 95.9 FM, online, voiceofct.com. And I asked the question here, and every day at this time, we have our producer, news guy, board op, call screener extraordinaire, Chris Williams, read some of the answers to the question of the day I put up there. And I put this up as the question of the day because I was reading over the weekend, and you say, and again, I understand surveys aren't everything. But what exactly are the Democrats winning right now? Now, I know, well, Connecticut's doing well. Well, is Connecticut doing well? I mean, is the economy in the state doing well? How are we doing with our electric rates? How are we doing with our taxes on people? So, and nationally, you know, we're going to have more No Kings rallies, people anti-Trump this weekend. That's fine. You can do that. Oh, is that solving the problem, though? Because if you looked at the polls and you could deduce that, well, you know, it's all Trump. Well, no, it's not Trump. It's policy. That's my point here. This is policy. And you see in a couple of different polls over the weekend, yeah, people are blaming the Republicans by and large for the current government shutdown. They want it to end, but they still, when asked a separate question in two different polls, including one that's a Democratic-leaning poll, they say, well, we prefer the Republicans on the economy. And you had that poll that came out a few days ago from Harvard University, hardly a conservative, hardly a right-wing, hardly a MAGA outpost, Harvard. 71 people say, yeah, blow the drug boats out of the water. Okay, they did another one today. I think that's 5 and counting. And then you had a big poll about 3 or 4 weeks ago. They asked people about 11 key areas. The Republicans have advantages on 7 of them. What happened to the once great Democratic Party, especially outside Connecticut? Have they become that disconnected from the moderate and centrist voters they need? Chris has been going over the answers. Chris, what do you have for us?
Unfortunately, though, our local media is mostly right-wing conservative and not in line with the indisputable Connecticut Democratic blue demographics that have voted consistently that way, whether most here like it or not. That is from Joe. Anthony said, mostly yes, some can be salvaged. One of my customers was a Democrat forever, and when the multiple gender madness started, she left. Her words were, they lost me. Michael said, Democrats represent this generation's version of communism, which is wokeism. Republicans represent America and freedom. Pretty easy choice. Christopher said, too liberal and too MAGA these days. No table to even get to any longer. Paul said, yes, and they're lost without a compass. The Democrats don't have a message and they don't know how to sell. And I like Tyson, who said they have lost their minds.
All right. Yeah. All right, Chris, thank you. Open phones here if you want to jump in here at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. But again, and I'm not looking to run any victory lap here, because my mantra continues. I stick with this, and I will till the day I die. When both parties are in balance, that's the best thing. When the Republicans go crazy, the Democrats tend to go crazy. When the Republicans are in a steady mode of governance, then the other side of the aisle, the Democrats tend to be in a steady mode of governance, if you know what I mean here. Talk or text, same number, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
Getting through your work week is tough, but the weekend means one thing: football. And all the best action is heard live on WICC. Every Sunday at 11, the Rudin Report presents Sunday Morning Quarterback, recapping the week of high school football. Then at 12:30, it's time to go pro with the NFL and the Duchess Restaurants doubleheader, because Sundays are made for football. Every week this season on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Metal Supermarket's not where you buy your eggs, but where you buy all the metal you need. The world's largest small quantity metal supplier with over 8,000 types, shapes, and grades is now in Danbury and Bridgeport. Fabricators, construction crews, manufacturers, auto shops, and hobbyists find the metal you need cut to size and ready fast with no minimum order. Or browse our drops and remnants. Fill your cart at Metal Supermarkets in Bridgeport at 1085 Connecticut Avenue or Danbury at 4 Lee Mack Avenue.
This year's Farmer's Almanac warns of a harsh, super snowy winter. So take control of the wet, snowy, and icy conditions with a new set of Bridgestone winter tires from Town Fair Tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair gives you the most free services for life with your purchase of Bridgestone winter tires. For the guaranteed lowest price on Bridgestone winter tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. If you use propane to heat your home, now is the right time to sign up for automatic delivery and our award-winning service. We deliver propane for heating your home, propane for your cooktop, propane for your pool heater, and propane for your generator. We can even install a new propane fireplace in time for the holiday festivities. Most importantly, our technicians work 24/7 to provide you with the absolute best service possible. So for all your heating oil, air conditioning, and propane needs, call Standard Oil today or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Winging retirement? Bad idea. You could face 4 to 6 financial setbacks during your retirement. Market crashes, healthcare costs, taxes. Know your blind spots. Take the quiz now at rocksolidretirementquiz.com. That's rocksolidretirementquiz.com. You'll find the #1 retirement mistake you're making and get a free report with strategies to fix it. Brought to you by Strategies for Wealth Management.
Insurance products and services are offered by Strategies for Wealth Management. Content contained herein should not be construed as an offer or solicitation for investment advice or for the purchase or sale of any security, insurance, or other investment product.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, cadillacofgreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
It's up on 8 and 25 connected. We had a crash right by the 95 ramps. It was off to the shoulder, but still there. It's not causing too much delay. Northbound 95, 20 minutes. Stamford up to Norwalk. Another 25 minutes to get up to Bridgeport from Norwalk. Parkway, a little bit of company. New Cane Arrest in about 25 minutes to half hour from Norwalk up to Bridgeport. If you're looking to buy or sell gold, visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist you with all your gold needs. For information, visit mjthomas.com. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a shower or two early, otherwise cloudy with an overnight low near 50. On Wednesday, sunny and milder with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If it's Bridgeport, the Valley, or Fairfield County and affects your world, Paul is talking about it. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Now, if you've been listening to me for any time here or any other stations I've worked at, I use social media. In this business, you have to, so I'm watching constantly what's on X, which used to be Twitter, what's on Facebook, what's on Instagram, what's on WeChat, whatever. I communicate with the audience about that. So does Melissa, so does Lisa, but we are concerned here about sometimes the deleterious effects that these social media channels have on young people. I mean, when I was growing up, back in the 1850s, I'm kidding, I'm sorry. You couldn't call somebody fat or, a finger pop on a screen be literally sent over the world, all over the world. If you said something and said something to somebody's face, you generally got a punch, a well-deserved punch. Doesn't happen that way now. And sadly, we have heard of young people committing suicide by being cyberbullied, and there's always been criticism of some of these companies not doing enough that they know they could do, because if they shield some young people from exposure to this, they're not going to make as much advertising money. So now we hear that there could be a sizable or a significant move regarding Instagram. And joining us right now is a gentleman to talk about that. He has been with us on the program several times on issues like this that pertain to cyberspace. Quinnipiac University Assistant Professor of Interactive Media and Design, Dr. John Powers, joins us. Hey, John, it's Paul here once again. Good to hear from you. How are you?
I'm doing great, Paul. Thanks for having me on.
Great, John. So what is happening here? Did I read this correctly as this might be the kind of equivalent of a movie rating here, like Instagram maybe going PG-13? Talk to us about this.
I mean, Instagram has, that is the way they are referring to this move they made today, where 13 to 17-year-olds will be by default put into a system that will basically make the content they view a PG-13 equivalent, if you will. So, as you mentioned in your lead up to this talk, they have been under a tremendous amount of pressure. Meta, Instagram, all the social media companies, but Instagram in particular, their own research shows how, difficult and dangerous Instagram can be to young people, and body image, anxiety, all sorts of things like that. So this is the kind of a move to appease people that they're doing something, and we'll see how it works out.
Yeah, John, this has kind of really been a battle, because above and beyond everything else, right, all these social networks can say, well, we want to create communities. We want to unite the world. We want to share common interests. Well, that may be nice, John, but you and I know, and a lot of people realize, these are advertising companies. And they want, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? But I guess the more you shut down or shy away from an audience, possibly the less money you make. So we have the grand battle here again.
Well, absolutely. And we know how much 13 to 17-year-olds are attracted to social media and that community you talk about. But the social media companies are in this vice, if you will, that yes, they need eyeballs on their screens and active users on their platforms, and that's how they make money. And so they've designed technology to take advantage of our human weaknesses to stay on those platforms as long as possible to make the money, as you said.
Yeah, Dr. John Powers, Assistant Professor of Interactive Media and Design from Quinnipiac University. So, John, how do they propose to make sure that they are excluding or at least protecting to somewhat 13 to 17-year-olds? How do they know? How do they profit to know how old a user is?
Well, that's a great question. Of course, the user has to put a birth date and year in to join the platform. Obviously, people can fabricate with their birth date to get around that certain thing. But they're counting on that for step one. And step two is they are saying that they will use AI and other means to sort of determine if someone is participating on the social platform as a 13 to 17-year-old and sort of make assumptions that way and, potentially automatically put someone into this PG-13 experience if they feel that the birthday has been fabricated.
And even be above and beyond that, John, and the guest is Dr. John Powers from Quinnipiac. Boy, the algorithm or the working part of the master software in any of these social media outlets, Facebook, WeChat, Instagram, YouTube. I mean, it is even at night when I'm doing research for this show and I put in some innocuous search thing, and then for the next 3 days, I've got references to that on every channel I'm on, right? And I'm sitting there going, wow,
This is exactly what we were talking about before, that the technology is designed in what we would call a less than humane way to, addict may be a strong word, but that's exactly what is being done. Knowing that they have, seen what you are searching for and said, oh, this is what Paul likes to hear. Likes to read, likes to look at. So we're going to send him more and more and more of this. And, if he clicks on this, they're building a database of a profile of you and honestly know more about you than you know about yourself, simply to keep you engaged. We know about the infinite scroll, that the scroll never ends. And, how hard it is to put the phone down when – if it's YouTube, it's one video after another, or if it's Instagram, same thing. And really, this PG-13 experience they've put into place today is sort of coming after the effects of this. Technology has come to fruition on our young people.
And the scary thing, John, is that, as you and I well know, and you see it even with young folks and probably with your students at Quinnipiac, you meaning all of society, we don't get that ability to discern and just wave our hands out, enough with this, until we get generally older. And I think you have younger people from 13 probably all the way to some of your students who have life experiences that, shall we say, might be a little more easily influenced by this stuff before people are old enough to say, all right, this is garbage. I've had enough. You're trying to hook me, and I've had enough. So the whole age of this thing, even down to those early teens, John, it's really insidious, isn't it?
Absolutely. And a lot of it comes down to, of course, young people are vulnerable in this, but I would contend that young adults, middle-aged people, older people are very, very vulnerable. We see misinformation and disinformation being shared. And so the social media literacy, the ability for people to understand what's happening to them as they're enjoying the platforms that are here to stay. And they do connect us in ways that we weren't able to enjoy before. But to just understand and validate what's being said and sort of the impact this has on our mental health and how can we put, healthy boundaries around that is important, certainly for young people. And this is what Instagram's trying to do today. But I would say also for all of us.
Finally, John, I assume that you would urge parents or grandparents, if they have tutelage over a 13 to 17-year-old, to maybe follow up on this and see if they can actively participate?
Oh, absolutely. And parents, with this change, parents have the opportunity to go in, and adjust the filter. So it is set by default to PG-13 for the 13 to 17-year-olds. But if they decide they want it to be even more strict, their parents can go in and do that. Or if they want to expand the opportunities for their kids to see different things, they would have that chance too. So the parents, are involved. But as we've talked about before, this filter is no substitute for open communication between parents and their kids and, talking about online behaviors and all that sort of thing.
Dr. John Powers, Quinnipiac University, Assistant Professor of Interactive Media and Design. John, thanks. Good to chat with you. We'll chat down the road. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, there you go. So if you have some purvey over a 13 to 17-year-old, you want to make sure that their viewing preferences are in a sense set to this new PG-13 level here that Instagram is setting up. They say similar to what's PG-13 at a movie. So we'll see how that rolls out. All right, traffic and weather together, news, all that coming up. WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
No major accidents across Fairfield County. Accident clear from the 8 and 25 connector north on 95 building out of Greenwich through Stamford. Darienne's not too bad. A heavy wave still from Sherwood Island through Southport, Fairfield. Parkway slows out of New Canaan and more company into Westport. Fairfield side not too bad. Route 8 starting to build heavier into the bridge in Shelton. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
A few widely scattered showers early this evening. Otherwise cloudy overnight with a low in the upper 40s to near 50. On Wednesday, sunny and milder with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff from Melissa in the Morning on the Voice of Connecticut, and I'd love for you to join me November 6th at UConn Stanford for the Reputation Made event. Discover how shifting news cycles, influencers, and the demand for authenticity are reshaping how brands and leaders earn attention today. You'll hear from inspiring business leaders like Stu Leonard Jr., meet one-on-one with state leaders, and connect with some of the brightest minds in our state. Get your tickets now at Connecticut-made.com. Join us and be part of what gets made.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. There are already issues with the Gaza peace plan. Israel is accusing Hamas of violating the deal by not returning all of the dead hostages. Looking ahead, there are concerns about whether Hamas will disarm. President Trump this afternoon.
If they don't disarm, we will disarm them. And it'll happen quickly and perhaps violently.
CBS News has joined other news organizations in declining to sign the new Pentagon requirements for journalists. Our Eleanor Watson is one of those who could be ousted from the building.
Restricting reporters' access, we will now have to find other ways to report, including over the phone. We will also have to monitor on Twitter, where there are no follow-up questions.
Caitlin Huey-Burns reports there are no signs of movement to end the government shutdown.
From the Office of Management and Budget today, saying that their strategy right now is essentially to, in their words, batten down the hatches.
CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Raoul Valley will face amended charges related to the death of James McGrath at a Shelton house party in 2022 with a new lawyer. A jury this year found Valley not guilty of murder, intentional manslaughter, and assault in the killing of McGrath, a Fairfield prep student who was stabbed during a brawl. Valley was 16 years old at the time of the incident, and jurors were hung on lesser-included charges, which he will face in a retrial. Valley's attorney at the first trial, Kevin Smith, has withdrawn from the case. Valley is due in court in Milford tomorrow. Police believe the 12-year-old girl whose body was found in a storage bin in New Britain had been dead for around a year. According to police, the girl was killed last fall in Farmington, and her body was kept in a plastic container until it was found last week in a storage bin at an abandoned house in New Britain. At a news conference attended by WFSB Channel 3, police said Jacqueline Torres Garcia was last seen in the fall of 2024 and that she had been the victim of abuse.
Evidence indicates that Jacqueline was the victim of prolonged physical abuse and malnourishment prior to her death. It is also believed that following her death, Jacqueline's body was kept in the family's basement and subsequently moved when the family relocated from Farmington in March of 2025.
The child's 29-year-old mother, Carla Garcia, and her boyfriend, Jonathan Nanita, have been arrested on charges that include murder with special circumstances. Their bail is set at $5 million each. Carla Garcia's sister is also charged in the case. 2 people are safe after escaping an early morning fire in Norwalk. Firefighters were called to the scene on East Avenue around 3:45 a.m. The fire was contained to the basement, but the rest of the 2-story house sustained smoke damage. There were no reported injuries. Thousands of Connecticut residents and businesses lost power as a strong nor'easter impacted the region over the last 2 days. Eversource and United Illuminating were reporting around 15,000 customers had lost electricity yesterday afternoon at the height of the storm. Wind gusts of around 50 miles per hour were reported in Bridgeport and Stratford yesterday. While there was some heavy rain associated with the storm, there was no significant flooding reported in the state. The ferry from Bridgeport to Port Jefferson was suspended yesterday, and the 6 a.m. departure this morning was canceled as well. A state judge has upheld Shelton's rejection of a proposed cannabis shop in the city. Shelton planners voted to reject the application of Rodeo Cannabis to open a shop in Crown Point Center in August of last year. Rodeo appealed the rejection, and the state Superior Court judge found the city was within its rights to reject the shop. An attorney for Rodeo says they will be taking the matter to the state appellate court. The Supreme Court has dealt a heavy legal blow to conservative media personality Alex Jones. The court today refused to hear his request to keep his Texas-based media empire while he appeals. Michael Kastner has the complete details.
The Supreme Court is turning down an attempt by Jones to block a $1.5 billion defamation judgment against him. The conspiracy theorist was hit with the massive judgment over his false claims that the 2012 Sandy Hook school shooting was a hoax. The parents of the child victim secured the judgment. The court made no comment when rejecting the appeal of the state court ruling.
The ruling seemingly paves the way for the victims' families to take control of the InfoWars website and turn it over to the satirical website, The Onion. State police have disciplined 7 more troopers accused of creating false traffic tickets in the department computer system. A total of 18 state troopers have now been disciplined for participating in the scandal, which involved inaccurate data being entered into the system about thousands of tickets. Investigators believe most of the troopers implicated in the scheme entered the false data to make themselves appear more productive. At least one trooper told investigators that padding ticket counts used to be a common state police practice. And around 100 members of the Connecticut National Guard have departed for yesterday before they departed for the deployment to an undisclosed location. Hundreds of family members of the departing soldiers gathered for the ceremony in Windsor Locks before their loved ones boarded the plane to begin their deployment. WTNH-TV News 8 spoke with Myra Smith, the mother of one of the soldiers.
This is his courageous moment that he's always wanted. He's always wanted to be a soldier, always wanted to serve and protect, and to see him actually finally doing it, I'm excited.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
No major accidents across Fairfield County. Accident clear from the 8 and 25 connector north on 95 building out of Greenwich through Stamford. Darienne's not too bad. A heavy wave still from Sherwood Island through Southport, Fairfield. Parkway slows out of New Canaan. More company into Westport. Fairfield side not too bad. Route 8 starting to build heavier into the bridge in Shelton. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a shower or two early, otherwise cloudy with an overnight low near 50. On Wednesday, sunny and milder with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Send a text to someone who will actually read them. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
As Chris has been mentioning, and we've been mentioning on the news here, the trial going on in the city of Bridgeport. The Costa Diamantis corruption trial, again, a former high-ranking budget official, a former state legislator who at one time was entrusted to head the office that clears and I guess is a clearinghouse for all the school building and rebuilding projects in the state. Testimony continued today. Some reporting on this by Hearst, Connecticut Media, Ken Dixon and Peter Yankowski's story here. I love these cases. Like I said, to follow, I'm not into really following, heinous murder trials and manslaughter trials and that sort of stuff. But this stuff, got to be careful here now. The alleged wink, wink bribery trials and corruption. Like I tell Chris every day we do this story. Folks, I don't know about you. I'm shocked. Aren't you shocked? Really? Knock me over with a feather. Aren't you shocked that there's alleged corruption in the construction business? Who would have known? My God. The owner of a Middlefield masonry company. There's a shock. The owner of a Middlefield masonry company that's at the center of the trial, the former head of the state construction project office, Costa Diamantis, said today he met the defendant in a variety of locations for payoffs, including, here it is, the men's restroom of an upscale Hartford restaurant. God. Oh, man, you can almost... Yeah, I know. You could think back. When did The Sopranos go off the air? Late 2006, right? So, wow, it's been, 19 years? But, why would you... how big is the place? I mean, you're handing somebody an envelope with cash. What if some guy just wants to go in and, drain the chain, as we say? Salvatore Monarca, a high school dropout who heads Acronym Masonry of Middlefield, said the tens of thousands of dollars in payments were made at the Capitol Grill on Hartford's Front Street twice, at Diamante's home in Farmington, and 3 or 4 times at a donut shop in downtown Hartford. How about that, right? This is beautiful. This is like a Netflix show. So you got envelopes stuffed with cash, 2 guys meeting in a high class, or the restroom of a high class restaurant, and doing it also at somebody's home and at a donut shop in downtown Hartford. I get, well, whatever. Monarca said, quote, I would walk in the door, he'd be sitting at the bar, and I would give him the money. Under questioning from Assistant U.S. Attorney Jonathan Francis, the restaurant encounters would last 20 minutes or half an hour. I don't think I ever ate, Monarca said. At the Farmington residence, Monarca would park his vehicle in the driveway. That's always good. Good to park in the driveway. I would walk to the back and give him the envelope. Folks, I'm not making this up. This is the testimony here. At the donut shop near the state capitol, Monarca would meet Diamantis at a corner table and sometimes put the pay envelope under a newspaper. At one point, Monarca, recalling his initial lies to federal investigators, he started getting teary on the witness stand. Francis brought over a box of tissues to the witness chair, just a few feet from the 14-member jury in charge in the fourth-floor courtroom of Judge Stephen Underhill. Monarca said, I lied. The name of the country is his, of the company rather, is his name spelled backwards. He said, quote, I was scared, I was in trouble, I wasn't telling the truth because I knew it was all no good. Well, yeah. He detailed how he and John Duffy, the former VP of his company, allegedly paid Diamantis to gain access to school building projects in Hartford and Tolland and retrieved $300,000 in losses from the city of Hartford after a 2-year dispute. Costas Diamantis is facing 22 felony counts of bribery, extortion, and lying to the feds. Could land him in jail for 20 years. Prosecutors accusing him of demanding bribes from construction firms in exchange for multi-million-dollar contracts. Man, oh man, I guess when you're in deep on this stuff, you get to a point where even if you think you're going to get caught, but as a good buddy of mine, a friend always, like I said, I go back to this friend, we text every so often. He used to say, you're going to get caught. This is not like $10 bets on football on Sunday. And these guys, I don't know. I thank God, honestly I do. I thank God that I never got so deep into anything even remotely like this, that it clouds your thinking. I mean, I don't care whether it's Diamantis or anybody else doing it in any state, city, or country. Isn't it amazing that I guess people do this knowing they're going to get the cash? Maybe they think it's untraceable. And all this is alleged, by the way, just to be fair to Mr. Diamantis and his daughter and anybody else here. I mean, wild. Just amazing. We'll do traffic and weather together. Wall Street, all that and more coming up right here on WICC.
Stay heart healthy with the City of Bridgeport Department of Public Health BPT Heart Program. Wednesdays 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. at the Eastside Farmers Market, 752 East Main Street, Bridgeport through October 15th for free blood pressure screenings, limited $5 coupons, and free digital monitors for qualifying participants.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Get ready to tackle your hunger with Duchess Restaurants, where fresh food meets football. Catch the NFL games of the week every Sunday on the Voice of Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast, because even your appetite deserves a touchdown.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I'm Frank Miller for Ron and Sana. Wall Street finished the day mixed as investors continued to keep an eye on trade tensions and the government shutdown. The Dow seeing gains of about 200 points thanks to shares of Caterpillar and Walmart. Meanwhile, the S&P and NASDAQ posted losses. Investors zeroing in on comments from U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer, who said the president could still impose 100% tariffs on China beginning November 1st or even sooner. Speaking to CNBC, Greer said that it would depend on Beijing's next move. He said that China chose to make a major escalation in the dispute. In response, President Trump threatened massive tariffs. Investors also keeping an eye on earnings news as several big-name financial companies are out with their results. JP Morgan Chase and Wells Fargo kicked off earnings season, both banks seeing revenue and earnings that topped Wall Street expectations. Citigroup also seeing an increase in third-quarter profits. Goldman Sachs reporting a 20% revenue increase. And following comments from Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, investors believe that the Fed could be heading towards another interest rate cut.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Accident on the Parkway southbound near the Orange Rest. Delays going back to Route 34. Northbound Route 8 delays getting up to the Commodore Hull Bridge. Northbound 95 in the Parkway, both about 20 to 25 minutes. Stamford to Norwalk. Heavier on the Parkway getting Norwalk up into Route 8. That's about 40 minutes. It's about 30 to 35 minutes on 95 through the Westport Fairfield exits. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
A few widely scattered showers early this evening. Otherwise cloudy overnight with a low in the upper 40s to near 50. On Wednesday, sunny and milder with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Away from your radio? Listen while you work at voiceofct.com. Now back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
All right, and then now look, I don't want to be disingenuous here, but I have a question. And I want to ask this because you know what the answer to this is. And this goes into the Facebook question I have today. And the reason I put this question up there is because we see the story in Hearst earlier today. And if you want to go to one of these No Kings rallies or marches, God bless you. Get out. Maybe Saturday the 18th will be a nice day. Weather-wise, I guess we're going to get back to the 70s for a few days. If you want to protest against Donald Trump, go ahead. God bless you. Make your voice heard. Go to one of these No Kings protests. They're in, hold on, I'll tell you where actually they're going to, there's 40 at Bethel, Bridgeport, Brookfield, Canton, Cheshire, Cornwall, all the way now. Where are we in Fairfield County here? Hang on. Bethel, Bridgeport, Brookfield, Danbury. I'm just doing this on the fly here. Greenwich. I know it's Greenwich. Relax. Kent, Killingly, Litchfield, Milford. Noon to do at a location to be determined. Where else? New Milford, Newtown, Ridgefield, Stamford, Waterbury, Westport, whatever. You can just go online and Google Connecticut No Kings marches. All right. But again, you got to have a plan. And I'm going to read this to you. And if this doesn't illustrate the purpose of my question here today, which is a simple question, and I've gotten some interesting responses to it. Chris had read them, but I asked this simple question: have Connecticut and national Democrats become so disconnected from the modern-day moderate centrist voters that they need? Now, I have said previously, if you get a cadre of people like Josh Shapiro and Pete Buttigieg and Wes Moore and some Angus King, there's a clump of moderate Democrats out there that could really, really help. But then you read this and you realize that, yes, Trump derangement syndrome is real. I used to think it was. I used to hate that phrase because I thought it was trivializing thing, and I'm like, yeah, whatever. Then I started to think, maybe it is real. Whoopi Goldberg from The View. Now, a lot of people laugh at The View. Listen, The View makes a lot of money for ABC. Those hosts are all compensated handsomely. I get it. But if you need to look at any more evidence of how flummoxed, whether you love Trump or not, doesn't mean you have to love the guy. You could still hate the guy, but realize how flummoxed he has the other side. And I get this. This is from a website called The Decider. It's kind of a center-left site, I believe. As the government shutdown enters its third week, Whoopi Goldberg called President Trump out on The View, telling him, quote, "You need to get your behind in gear here." After Alyssa Farah Griffin stated Congress needs to take back more control from the Trump White House and his administration, Goldberg speculated part of what's happening is this slow roll of total control. That's what this is. Well, yeah. Now get this. Now let me ask you something here. Let's play a little game here. And you know what the answer to this is, but I'm just going to do this as an illustration. If Barack Obama was still president of the United States, or if Bill Clinton was president of the United States, or if Joe Biden was still president of the United States, you think Whoopi Goldberg would say the following? Here's a quote. And by the way, this quote is a little, well, I'll ask you if you got the same kind of subtle message in this quote that I did. Now, this is just me. Here's what Whoopi Goldberg said. To me, when he's talking to other countries and telling them what to do, When he's talking to everybody but us, I have a little problem with that. I'm glad these hostages are home. I'm glad. I'm glad you want to now flip back and say, hey, we're going to take care of Ukraine. But you need to get your behind in gear here. If you are President of the United States, act like the President of the United States. I appreciate all the stuff you're doing, but I feel like he wants to be king of the world. Oh, my God. Would she be saying, let's just say that it was Barack Hussein Obama, the former president, two-term elected president, broke down a major barrier in this country. Would she be saying the same thing? You know what the answer is to that. Of course she wouldn't. Of course she wouldn't. Mind-boggling. They are so flummoxed, especially at this past weekend. They have no idea what to do, and it's sad. Somebody's got to fix it. I don't know who's going to fix it. Somebody's got to fix it. I mean, this is an astounding quote. To me, when he's talking to other countries and telling them what to do, when he's talking to everyone but us, I have a little problem with that. I'm glad these hostages are home. I'm glad you want to now flip back and say how we're going to take care of Ukraine, but you need to get your behind in gear here. Okay, seriously. So they were all lauding Joe Biden for all Biden did was write checks to Zelensky in Ukraine. Trump's trying to do something, and whether you hate the guy or love the guy, that's not the issue. The issue is he's trying to do something. But as I say, this plays into my theory that, you know, if he cured cancer tomorrow, some people would say, no, how dare he cure my cancer?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Accident quickly cleared Parkway southbound near the Orange. Rest those delays are easing out. Northbound out of Stamford Greenwich, 95 on the heavy side. Still holding at least a half hour. Norwalk to Bridgeport, heavy. Sherwood Island up towards the Fairfield Rest. Parkway with a really heavy wave from Norwalk up into Westport. It's 40 minutes. Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Still busy Route 8 up to the bridge in Shelton. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a shower or two early, otherwise cloudy with an overnight low near 50. On Wednesday, sunny and milder with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Maritime Chevrolet of Fairfield Mobile Service Plus is the next generation of door-to-door maintenance and repair. Enhance your Chevrolet, GMC, or Cadillac ownership experience by making your vehicle maintenance easier. Our technicians come to you at home or work with Mobile Service Plus. Experience next-level service from Maritime Chevrolet in Fairfield. World-class technicians, superior professionalism, and customer care starts at MaritimeChevy.com. That's MaritimeChevy.com.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Smilow Cancer Hospital delivers the pioneering research of Yale Cancer Center, like targeted therapies based on your genetic makeup and groundbreaking clinical trials that offer hope when you need it most. All delivered by a multidisciplinary team dedicated to you and your specific type of cancer. Smilow Cancer Hospital and Yale Cancer Center. We're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
And a reminder, too, because I see some people are online, you can actually watch me do the show now. You may find that fascinating. Other people may say, geez, that's him and that's what he's doing and that's all. So if you want to ever actually log on to our video feed, go to twitch.tv, twitch.tv, and you search for WICC and you'll find us, and also go to YouTube and you can find the WICC page on YouTube. And usually during my show, the red YouTube logo in the circle there is lit up red. So you click on that and you will get the live video feed from the studio.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Hamas is returning the bodies of more deceased hostages, but Israel is angry that it hasn't received all of the remains. It's the first major snag in the peace plan for Gaza. Another could be disarming Hamas. The president today.
If they don't disarm, we will disarm them. And it'll happen quickly and perhaps violently.
CBS's Olivia Rinaldi at the White House.
Now we are entering what is essentially phase 2 of this agreement, which is the demilitarization of Hamas in the Gaza Strip, the reestablishment of a police force in that area for peacekeeping, and also the establishment of a new governing body.
In the meantime, Israel says it's limiting aid into Gaza, and Christian Cordon of the International Red Cross says the clock is ticking.
I think we are not yet there yet. We are clearly not yet there.
CBS News joined other news organizations today in declining to agree to the Pentagon's new rules for journalists. President Trump was asked about the new policy.
I find that when it comes to war, and now our great Department of War, we have some great people over there, I think it bothers me to have soldiers and even, high-ranking generals walking around with you guys on their sleeve, asking them because they can make a mistake, and a mistake can be tragic.
Caitlin Huey-Burns reports there's another vote scheduled to end the government shutdown, but it's likely to have the same outcome as the last few.
Here we are in the same place that we have been for a couple of weeks now. The difference is now people are starting to feel the different pressure points. You're seeing the situation at airports across the country as well, and more is likely to come. So whether that builds any pressure on these lawmakers on either side to strike some kind of compromise still remains to be seen.
The man charged with breaking into the governor's mansion in Pennsylvania and setting a fire has pleaded guilty to attempted murder and other charges. Governor Josh Shapiro.
We will forever be changed by this. We know that time will heal, but the scars will remain.
Matt Piper reports retail giant Walmart is going high-tech to give its shoppers more ways to browse for bargains.
Walmart is partnering with OpenAI to give shoppers a new feature that lets them complete purchases using ChatGPT. Users can ask it for things like best mattresses under $1,000 or a gift for an avid reader and buy suggested products from within the chat. OpenAI announced the instant checkout feature in late September and launched with Etsy.
On Wall Street today, stocks finished mixed. The Dow was up 200 points, the Nasdaq off by 172. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
2 people are safe after escaping an early morning fire in Norwalk. Firefighters were called to the scene on East Avenue around 3:45 a.m. The fire was contained to the basement, but the rest of the two-story house sustained smoke damage. There were no reported injuries. State police have disciplined 7 more troopers accused of creating false traffic tickets in the department computer system. A total of 18 state troopers have now been disciplined for participating in the scandal, which involved inaccurate data being entered into the system about thousands of tickets. Investigators believe most of the troopers implicated in the scheme entered the false data to make themselves appear more productive. At least one trooper told investigators that padding ticket counts used to be a common state police practice. And a state judge has upheld Shelton's rejection of a proposed cannabis shop in the city. Shelton planners voted to reject the application of Rodeo Cannabis to open a shop in Crown Point Center in August of last year. Rodeo appealed the rejection, and the state Superior Court judge found the city was within its rights to reject the shop. An attorney for Rodeo says they will be taking the matter to the state appellate court. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Not all that bad. Lower part of the county, a little bit heavy 95 out of Stamford, Greenwich. Darien, for the most part, it's not too bad. Then you have heavier waves into Westport, Southport. Lower end of the Parkway, couple waves out of Greenwich. Looking at a heavy ride into Westport. Fairfield side, not too bad. Building now 95 into Milford, Orange, and West Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A few widely scattered showers early this evening. Otherwise cloudy overnight with a low in the upper 40s to near 50. On Wednesday, sunny and milder with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Right now, number 4 up and underway at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Our friend Megan Portfolio going to drop by, give us what she knows regarding anything further with that housing bill. Let me ask you this, and you're going to know where I'm going with this. It's kind of a rhetorical question here. But again, anytime I feel I can bolster the points I make here, I owe it to you to do that because I'm not talking out of my arse here. All right? Well, that would be entertaining, at least anyway. Hey, let's go look at a guy who does a talk show host by speaking out of his rear. Let me ask you a question. Simple question. If 24 people, not 20, not 20, not 4. Let me ask you, if 24 people were shot, let's say at a church, God forbid a church, a school, a mosque, a Buddhist temple, a synagogue, whatever, if 24 people were shot with a long gun, with an AR-15, with a semi-automatic, and if the shooter was a white guy with an NRA membership and a flannel shirt, you think it would have been the lead story over the weekend? Yes. If 24 people were shot at one side, it should at least be the lead story over the weekend. Now, some of the details of this story don't match, but did you know? I mean, again, this is what I mean with our fecklessness and gun violence. Did you know that over the weekend there were 24 people shot? 24 people were shot at a bar in South Carolina. Did you see the story? Now, maybe if you're a news hound like I am, you're sniffing around, you're clicking on all these pages. A mass shooting at a crowded bar on an idyllic South Carolina island left at least 4 people dead and 20 others injured. Chris Murphy said anything about this? Have we heard from Jim Himes or Rosa DeLauro or Richard Blumenthal or the usual group we get whenever tragically there's a mass shooting? But they'll open their mouths if it's with a long gun at a church or a school, whatever, as they should. But some odd silence here because it was a bar involving a lot of minority victims and using, I guess what the cops are saying, are handguns. I'm shocked. Nobody is saying anything about this. The shooting happened early Sunday at Willie's Bar and Grill on St. Helena Island. A large crowd was at the scene. When sheriff's deputies arrived, they found several people suffering from gunshot wounds, 4 people found dead. The victims were all identified. Among the injured, 4 in critical shape, taken to area hospitals. There was a party for the alumni of Battery Creek High School going on. The sheriff's office said it's investigating persons of interest, but no arrests have been made. So there you go. I'm wondering, where are the usual suspects here when we hear, oh, where are the anti-gun crowds? Where are the anti-NRA crowds? Oh no. Just weird. We didn't hear about them, did we? 24, not 4 people. 24 people shot at a bar. 4 killed. But again, and if there's any updated info, I'll give it to you on this. But again, when it's handguns and our soft racism says to us when some of the victims are black or Hispanic, don't we can't fundraise off of that, can we? No, of course we can't. Gary in West Haven. Hey, Gary, how are you, sir?
Hey, Paul, great show as
Thank
always.
you.
I wanted to dial it back to Whoopi Goldberg, if I could. Although
Yeah,
I think
sure.
It is in a way related to what you were just talking about.
Yeah.
That terrible tragedy. You know, Whoopi, like so many Democrats, they value style over substance every time.
Mm-hmm.
If you look right, you give the good sound bites, you're attractive, you say all the right things, oh, they're in your corner. And the problem is that Whoopi and people like her, they wouldn't recognize true leadership if it bit them in the butt. They're so used to people who something horrible happens, like this incident at the bar. You get, maybe if you're lucky, a soundbite. You get some hand wringing. You get, oh, I feel your pain, and then they proceed to do absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
They don't do anything.
Yeah.
And when they're confronted with somebody who is a doer, much more than he is a talker, which is Donald Trump, they don't know what to do with him. They don't know what to make of him. They think he's dangerous. They think he's out of control. They just don't know or understand what leadership means. It takes courage. You have to be willing to take risks. You have to put yourself on the line, and they don't do that.
And Gary,
they're a bunch of cowards.
Gary, thank you. Appreciate it. And here's a perfect example. And Gary, thank you. Before we go to break here and pick up Megan, we're seeing now that, you know, there's some controversy as to whether Hamas is there's a shock, whether Hamas is living up to its end of the peace deal in the Middle East. And what did Trump just say? Something, and I'm kind of paraphrasing here, but he said something like, well, you know, they have to lay down their weapons, and if they don't do it, we'll do it by force. Good. That's the kind of language, you know, all right, yeah, Trump, this, something. That's a lot. That's the language a lot of people like.
Going out to eat for half the price? There's only one word to describe that. Sweet. It's another week of sweet deals at voiceofct.com. Half-price gift cards to your favorite locally owned restaurants and businesses. But when the sweet deals are gone, they're gone. And they go fast. So don't wait. Stay local and save some dough. Grab the half-price sweet deals now at voiceofct.com.
I started working with K&J Tree Service about a year ago, and I know it can be really expensive to have tree work done at your home. But listen, I've had actually a tree fall across our driveway and keep us stranded in our home for 2 days before. I've had fences break because of trees that have fallen. You want to make sure that your property is protected. And if you are worried about the costs, well, this is the good time to work with K&J Tree Service because they are having unprecedented savings right now with flash sales like 25% off tree pruning. And they also have some really great discounts right now if you were to call them at 203-248-TREE. By the way, they do a free tree risk assessment as well. One of their licensed arborists will come to your home, check things out, and then let you know what their recommendations are. And there's no obligation to do the work with them. Give them a call at 203-248-TREE or go to their website, kjtreeservice.com, and book your appointment. Trust K&J Tree Service to keep your trees and your property safe and stunning. And take advantage of those incredible offers right now with K&J Tree Service. Go to kjtreeservice.com.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open 6 days a week to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family all in one place. Call us today at 860-645-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
Hello, Fairfield County. You're invited to enjoy the R.D. Cinto Free Community Shakespeare Event Series at R.D. Cinto in Shelton. Nights with Shakespeare features a dramatic weekly play reading of The Winter's Tale with actor Leo Schaff. Nights with Shakespeare is free and open to the public. It's every Tuesday at 6:30, now through December 16th at the Cinto Auditorium at 3 Corporate Drive in Shelton. Learn more and attend. Go to nightswithshakespeare.com for more info.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Northbound 95, some heavy waves out of Stamford and Greenwich. Really not too bad up through Darien. A little bit of company into Westport. We'll call it about 25 to 30 minutes, making your way up to Bridgeport from Norwalk. Parkway's heavier, actually, about 40 minutes making your way Norwalk up to Bridgeport. A little bit heavy Route 8 getting up to the bridge in Shelton. And 95 typical volume delays Milford into West Haven. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home with Courtesy Carpet. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a shower or two early, otherwise cloudy with an overnight low near 50. On Wednesday, sunny and milder with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
A place where you can complain freely. In fact, we encourage it. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9, and Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, amidst all that's going on in the world and here in Connecticut, Fairfield County, New Haven County, all over the state, there is still apparently somewhere out there, we're not sure, it's kind of like looking for E.T. Here's a question. Well, what do the housing bill and E.T. have in common? Well, you're still trying to look for them again. At least we saw we saw both of them once. How's that? So apparently, Democrats in Hartford, led in the Senate by Martin Looney, and Bob Duff, led in the House by Jason Rojas and Matt Ritter. They are literally, folks, I'm not kidding you, because our next guest will attest to this. They're working on a housing bill that nobody has seen. And they're working on this bill that could alter the value of your home. So the majority Democrats still, despite the veto from Governor Ned Lamont, thankfully a few months ago, they are determined to Bigfoot Hartford into your local zoning conditions. And that may directly affect the value of your home, which for a lot of people is the biggest chunk of equity they have unless they're a business owner. Megan Portfolio is writing about this, her latest installment. Legislators push for a vote, but the public can't read the housing bill. Megan Portfolio joins us. Megan, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing well, sir. And yourself?
I'm good. I'm shocked, Megan, when nobody can find the housing bill. Little housing bill, where art thou? Do we know where this is? Do we know whether it exists?
I think it exists because we did see a picture of the first page of it on Majority Leader Rojas's Twitter a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
So there is a document floating around there, but we're not allowed to see it. However, there is one group that has seen or at least heard about changes in it, and it's this organization called the Open Communities Alliance.
Oh, that sounds warm and fuzzy. Yeah, go ahead.
It's like a civil rights nonprofit in the state.
Yeah.
Apparently, they were involved in drafting the original bill.
Yeah.
And apparently, they're still involved because they had a Zoom call last week with a representative from Avon, Alini Cabros DeGraw, talking about the bill and about some possible changes. It seems like the structure of the bill is pretty much the same as top-down approach to housing, meaning that Hartford would tell us, what we have to build in our town. They kind of disguise it a little bit with some marketing tricks and saying, well, no, the towns take the lead. You just have to plan. Okay, they plan. However,
Nope. Megan?
And it's still top down.
Yeah, Megan, do me a favor.
Apparently, one of the things they want to do is
Megan, you got to start again because you broke up for about 10 seconds there. So rewind.
Oh, my goodness. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. It's not your fault. Rewind to the Representative DeGraw there. And apparently there have been, subtle changes here? You think it's rebranding, remarketing here?
Yeah, it seems like a lot of rebranding is going on. She had made a statement during the Zoom call.
Yeah.
That she had contacted the governor's office and asked about, response to the bill. And the answer she got was, it isn't good. There is a lot of pushback, meaning the people in this state aren't big fans of this bill right now, but she's still adamant. She says she's been pushing for a special session since July. How irresponsible is that? Why are you calling for a special session when you don't even have a final draft that you can share with the public? What kind of lawmaking is that?
Well, I see. Here's what I don't get. If you're Ned Lamont, and Ned Lamont is a very smart guy. Look, we can tell he's got pretty good instincts. Megan, he's going into an election year. Why in hell would he sign that bill? Unless, are they trying to tell him, and correct me if you think I'm way off here, is somebody in his ear saying, well, if you veto this again, a lot of the progressive voters will stay home. This could cause you the election. Because if you're Ned Lamont and I'm heading into an election, I'm saying, get out of here with this. I have an election to win.
No, you might be onto something, but that's typical politics. They wake up, these politicians wake up in the morning and look in the mirror and say, what can I do to get reelected? That's literally their number one goal every day.
Yeah.
So you're not off base in thinking that, but it's insanity that they have this bill out there. None of us, they've changed the name of it. Now it's called an act concerning housing growth, which is not the same name that they had during session. And that was a bill that was concerning housing and the needs of the homeless people. So now you've already changed the bill. I don't know what else you're changing in it, but Cabos DeGraw is even saying, we don't like to release these bills, too far in advance of the special session.
God forbid.
What?
God forbid. Do they really think we're this stupid?
I don't want to speak for them. I don't know. But clearly we're not this stupid because we had so many people in the state reaching out to the governor's office to ask him to veto the bill, and he did. But, she's not going to stop. She has been pushing this legislation since the beginning of the session. And Republicans have called for them to say, hey, guys, let's just wait till February. There's nothing in this bill. If this bill were to pass today, not one thing will change in the cost of housing or the cost of rent. Nothing. So why the rush?
And again, Megan, I talk to people about it, and I explain to them, Megan, so many people, and I'm not speaking for the people you talk to or whatever, but so many people, they think this is low-income housing. They think that there are these benevolent developers coming in on a great white steed. Oh, I'll build all this low-income housing. Too many people, Megan, don't understand that it would only be a percentage of what they're allowed to build and market and sell at market prices. So they're still going to make gobs of money.
And it's like you said, it's only a small portion of them that have to be affordable. And that's only one part of this bill. This bill was, maybe 90 pages. It was so long ago, but it's a very long bill. And there's a lot of stuff in it, but we don't know what this stuff is. Like I said, they changed the title of it. What else have they changed in this bill? The director of this Open Communities Alliance or whatever they are. Mm-hmm. He came out and during the Zoom, he had said this isn't a state takeover of local zoning, but leaving it solely up to the towns has not worked, and we really need state action to take on this crisis. So,
wait! We're in crisis mode now. This is suddenly a crisis. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And I'm not saying that we don't have an issue. Pricing is high. Pricing for rent is high. Pricing for homes are high.
Yes.
Putting a bill that isn't even drafted according to Kavros DeGraw. And calling a special session, it reminds me of my friend's brother, Matt, who would literally be rushing on the bus to do his homework because it was due first period. It was such a half-assed, sloppy job. It was like, no wonder you're not passing your classes. You're not putting the time in to come up with a complete product. You're just throwing some stuff on the paper and turning it in, and you're going to get an F.
So finally, the way this is, and you know more about this than I do. So, because this would be done in a special session, it doesn't require a public hearing or there's a lot of end arounds here?
No, there won't be a public hearing on this. And if you hear the proponents of the bill, they'll say, well, we've had public hearings on this, and we've had this, and we've been hearing about this for years. Okay, but you're literally changing the bill. During that Zoom, they even threw out this idea of some fund that can be used by the municipalities to address infrastructure. But what does this mean? Is this an off-budget account? Is this taxpayer funded? Do the developers have to pay into this fund? There's more questions than there are answers right now, and that's meaning we should not be having a special session until our questions are answered and you present to the public a complete product that we can review.
Exactly. It's not the rocket science. Okay, check it out, folks. Legislators pushing for a vote, but the public still can't read the bill. Megan Portfolio in the Hartford Portfolio. Check it out at theyankeeinstitute.org. Megan, thanks. Take care and keep me updated, all right?
Have a great night.
Appreciate it. Megan Portfolio there. Yeah, so there you go. So there is supposedly a housing bill being worked on in secret. So I don't count. You don't count. The Republicans don't count. It's in secret because the majority Democrats are on this, I don't know, they're on this maniacal quest to keep the far left of their party happy heading into next year's election. We'll keep an eye on it for you, of course, right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Accident-free across lower Fairfield County. We have volume, though, coming out of Stamford, Greenwich. Darienne's not too bad. Still holding at about a half hour. Norwalk to Bridgeport, pretty heavy by Sherwood Island. Parkway building a little bit coming over the state line and through the Greenwich exits. A heavier wave out of Stamford up to the New Canaan Rest. Pretty busy into Westport. Northbound into Route 8. Delays getting into the bridge into Shelton and Derby. Moderate volume 95 getting into Orange, Milford, and West Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A few widely scattered showers early this evening. Otherwise cloudy overnight with a low in the upper 40s to near 50. On Wednesday, sunny and milder with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Have you heard that Milford was recently voted the third best place to retire in the U.S.? Come see for yourself and visit Forest Hills Milford, offering newly constructed rental units in an active 55-plus community. Brand new spacious units priced right to give you convenience, comfort, and more of what matters in a modern home. Assigned garage parking and fitness center included free. Go to foresthillsmilford.com for information and to schedule a tour. Forest Hills Milford, bringing ease and comfort to your everyday life.
Next up for Connecticut Superstar auditions, The Scratchers.
It's the first Tuesday of the month. It's time to scratch tickets, there's a bunch.
Stop. First Tuesday? Yeah, Connecticut Lottery releases new scratch tickets on the first Tuesday of every month.
First Tuesday. That's a yes for us.
New tickets, new prizes, new chances to win. It's the first Tuesday, so let's get scratching.
Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling helpline. Call 888-789-7777.
Experience the future of luxury with the all-new electric Escalade IQ. Now available at Cadillac of Greenwich. Standard with hands-free driver assistance technology, the Escalade IQ offers undeniable style and uncompromising comfort with the longest range of any EV SUV. Arrive in style with this pinnacle of modern automotive excellence. Visit CadillacofGreenwich.com today and elevate your driving experience with the iconic Cadillac Electric Escalade IQ. Iconic moments drive superior hospitality at Cadillac of Greenwich. Let's take the Cadillac.
Step into a storybook fantasy at Sacred Heart University's Discovery Science Center and Planetarium. Join us Friday, October 24th from 7 to 10 p.m. for Treasured Pages, a classic fairy tale ball. This year's Enchanting Masquerade Gala. Step into the story and dress to impress in your favorite fairy tale style. Enjoy a night of magic, music, amazing food, and themed cocktails. Don't miss this magical evening. Treasured Pages, Masquerade Gala. Reserve your tickets now at shudiscovery.org. All proceeds supporting STEAM education for kids and adults.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Already a snag in the Gaza peace plan. Israel is cutting by half the number of aid trucks it's allowing into Gaza because Hamas hasn't released the bodies of all of the dead hostages. Bob Kitchen of the International Rescue Committee.
Over the last 24 hours, we've seen a drop in the number of trucks today. Aid should never be used as a negotiating tool.
CBS News has joined other news organizations in declining to agree to the Pentagon's new requirements of journalists. President Trump was asked about the Defense Secretary's new policy.
But I think he finds the press to be very disruptive in terms of world peace and maybe security for our nation.
The latest federal guidelines on COVID vaccines are creating a lot of confusion, and that's driving down vaccination rates to the lowest in years.
If the administration is not taking healthcare seriously, like how do the remainder of Americans take it seriously?
Stocks finished mixed. CBS News Brief. I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Police believe the 12-year-old girl whose body was found in a storage bin in New Britain had been dead for around a year. According to police, the girl was killed last fall in Farmington, and her body was kept in a plastic container until it was found last week in a storage bin at an abandoned house in New Britain. At a news conference attended by WFSB Channel 3, police said Jacqueline Torres Garcia was last seen in the fall of 2024 and that she had been the victim of abuse.
Evidence indicates that Jacqueline was the victim of prolonged physical abuse and malnourishment prior to her death. It is also believed that following her death, Jacqueline's body was kept in the family's basement and subsequently moved when the family relocated from Farmington in March of 2025.
The child's 29-year-old mother, Carla Garcia, and her boyfriend, Jonathan Nanita, have been arrested on charges that include murder with special circumstances. Their bail is set at $5 million each. Carla Garcia's sister is also charged in the case. Raoul Valley will face amended charges related to the death of James McGrath at a Shelton house party in 2022 with a new lawyer. A jury this year found Valley not guilty of murder, intentional manslaughter, and assault in the killing of McGrath, a Fairfield prep student who was stabbed during a brawl. Valley was 16 years old at the time of the incident, and jurors were hung on lesser-included charges, which he will face in a retrial. Valley's attorney at the first trial, Kevin Smith, has withdrawn from the case. Valley is due in court in Milford tomorrow. Thousands of Connecticut residents and businesses lost power as a strong nor'easter impacted the region over the last 2 days. Eversource and United Illuminating were reporting around 15,000 customers had lost electricity yesterday afternoon at the height of the storm. Wind gusts of around 50 miles per hour were reported in Bridgeport and Stratford yesterday. While there was some heavy rain associated with the storm, there was no significant flooding reported in the state. The ferry from Bridgeport to Port Jefferson was suspended yesterday, and the 6 a.m. departure this morning was canceled as well. The corruption trial of former state deputy budget director Costa Diamantis resumed in Bridgeport federal court today after a 4-day break. Diamantis is accused of extortion and bribery in his running of the school construction grant program in Governor Ned Lamont's budget office. Diamantis is also expected to testify once the defense begins its case tomorrow or Thursday. Lamont is listed as a defense witness and could take the stand later this week. The Supreme Court has dealt a heavy legal blow to conservative media personality Alex Jones. The court today refused to hear his request to keep his Texas-based media empire while he appeals. Michael Kastner has the complete details.
The Supreme Court is turning down an attempt by Jones to block a $1.5 billion defamation judgment against him. The conspiracy theorist was hit with the massive judgment over his false claims that the 2012 Sandy Hook school shooting was a hoax. The parents of the child victim secured the judgment. The court made no comment when rejecting the appeal of the state court ruling.
The ruling seemingly paves the way for the victims' families to take control of the InfoWars website and turn it over to the satirical website, The Onion. Around 100 members of the Connecticut National Guard have departed for a year-long deployment. A ceremony was held for the Guard members yesterday before they departed for the deployment to an undisclosed location. Hundreds of family members of the departing soldiers gathered for the ceremony in Windsor Locks before their loved ones boarded the plane to begin their deployment. WTNH-TV News 8 spoke with Myra Smith, the mother of one of the soldiers.
This is his courageous moment that he's always wanted. He's always wanted to be a soldier, always wanted to serve and protect, and to see him actually finally doing it, I'm excited.
And police and others in Easton are closely monitoring the movements of a large bear that has been seen in town in recent days. The bear was spotted near homes on Friday in the areas of Blanchard Road and Route 59. Many Easton residents posted on social media about their encounters with the bear, who was described as knocking over bird feeders and rifling through trash cans. Jenny Dixon from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection spoke about the importance of keeping food sources away from areas that a bear can reach.
The more they continue to find that human source food, the more they start to look to our houses and our yards as places to find food. It sets up something that is called habituation. They get very comfortable around people, and then they get food conditioned. They start to associate people with a way to get food.
People are urged to use caution if they encounter a bear and to remove items from around their homes that could attract a bear. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Accident-free across Lower Fairfield County. We have volume, though, coming out of Stamford, Greenwich. Darienne's not too bad. Still holding at about a half hour. Norwalk to Bridgeport, pretty heavy by Sherwood Island. Parkway building a little bit coming over the state line and through the Greenwich exits. A heavier wave out of Stamford up to the New Canaan Rest. Pretty busy into Westport. Northbound into Route 8. Delays getting into the bridge into Shelton and Derby. Moderate volume 95 getting into Orange, Milford, and West Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a shower or two early, otherwise cloudy with an overnight low near 50. On Wednesday, sunny and milder with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Shelton is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-94422, 333-WICC. If you want to chime in on any of the big stories today. We just heard that story there from Chris Williams in the news regarding an expert who said, listen, if you don't take the, and again, I you know what soapbox I'm going to get onto here. Yes, the black bear soapbox here. Listen, we just heard from an expert there who said, you create a dangerous situation if you don't do what the experts tell you to do or tell you not to do. And here we have this, these bear sightings here. It's a large bear, they said. I forget where exactly that was. And what did you hear that woman from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection say? What did she say? Now, I'm kind of being rhetorical here, but trash cans and bird feeders, stop feeding the birds. Stop it. The birds can find food, okay? I know, and I've had people in the station come up to me and get angry. What did you say? I have a bird feeder at home. Well, you know what? You shouldn't use it. The birds, this is what, it's not normal to see large black bears waltzing through populated areas. Oh, look at that. There was a bear in my backyard. How cute. How cute. You should be frightened. And we've been lucky so far. There haven't been any mass maulings. It's just a matter of time. The bears don't fear humans anymore. In fact, they know which humans, they're pretty intelligent animals. They know, oh, that's right. Oh, I can. Bears can smell stuff from like 2 miles away. Can you believe that? I heard that. Heard a bear expert say that once. And one of the worst things that you can put out for bear safety are bear feeders. No. I'm sorry, bird feeders, but they become bear feeders. And I know everybody likes to see the birds aren't your toys. Okay, they're not little wind-up toys. They're creatures. They have habits. They know what's... Yeah, believe it or not, we're not the smartest creature on earth. The birds know what seeds are edible. The birds know what plants are edible. The birds know which little boogers are edible. They know which bugs. They know which worms, whatever. They don't need the bag stuff that you buy from Petco. Nothing against Petco, but you know what I mean. And the other thing they talked about in that story, trash cans. Although now they say supposedly we had these bear-proof trash cans came out a couple of years ago, and did I read where the bears are figuring them out too? So look, I don't know what to. I live in a high rise. Although we do get now, the only thing I've seen around my building, I should keep my mouth shut, are some deer and some skunks. Yeah, oh boy, I am careful when I get home at night. Not even late at night or when I leave early in the morning. I like to come in here and do the morning show for Melissa, which I'll do again on Friday. Right? Skunks are one thing, but man, bears, no sir, no ma'am. So if you want to help the situation, stop with the bird feeders. The birds don't need our help. They don't. And secure your garbage. But even if you secure the garbage, maybe not put it out till the morning till you leave, right? Just a suggestion here. Why? Because I would prefer not to have to be here on this radio station talking about somebody getting killed by a bear.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items. Sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
I'm Connecticut's Secretary of the State, Stephanie Thomas. If you plan to vote by absentee ballot this year, knowing the law keeps our elections secure, and it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1, fill out your application. 2, return it to your town clerk. 3, after you vote, return your ballot in person, by mail, or in an official drop box. And if you can't return it yourself, only immediate family members can return it for you, along with some specially authorized designees. Learn more more at myvote.ct.gov.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
No major accidents across lower Fairfield County. Still some delays out of Stamford, Greenwich, and easing out a little bit into Westport, Fairfield, about 25 minutes now. Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Parkway's heavy coming into High Ridge and Long Ridge out of Greenwich, a little bit slow into Westport. Route 8 not out of the woods yet, heading up to the Commodore Hull Bridge. We don't see the construction setting up yet through Seymour and Ansonia. Eastbound 84 delays into Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
A few widely scattered showers early this evening. Otherwise cloudy overnight with a low in the upper 40s to near 50. On Wednesday, sunny and milder with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
He might not agree with you, but he promises to listen. Join Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. 203-333-9422. WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut. The voice of Connecticut.
And boy, this story here about the murder of this 12-year-old girl, the alleged murder of this 12-year-old girl. Dear God, what a horrible thing. I tell you something, there are some real sickos that walk among us. And if ever, now look, I'm not an attorney, I'm not a prosecutor, I'm not a judge here, and everything is alleged and innocent until proven guilty. I know the drill here. I've done this, long enough, but man, oh man, if there's ever a case that looks like it may have contributed or qualified for the death penalty, it should have been this one. But again, Governor Dan Malloy, Governor Porcupine, who always thought he was the smartest guy in the room, succumbed to the lefties in his party, even though 60% of the people in the state wanted capital punishment. And he said, oh, no, we'll make sure the Cheshire Home invasion. You didn't. You knew that they would get off. Come on. How many experts I talked to said you can't do a prospective death penalty appeal? So those two dirtbags are still alive. But how about this? And if you get convictions in this case, you've got people in their 20s that could be on the state dole for 60 years. Unless you have a little jailhouse justice. Who knows? The mother of a 12-year-old girl whose remains were found last week in a storage bin outside of an abandoned home here in Connecticut, now charged in her death, along with her boyfriend and sister. My God. You talk about a group of mutants. A judge in New Britain maintained Carla Garcia's bail at $5 million during a brief court appearance today, Tuesday, where she sobbed. Oh, too bad you're sobbing, huh? As prosecutors spoke of the charges against her, the 29-year-old New Britain woman, says the AP here, facing numerous counts, including murder with special circumstances and conspiracy. She did not enter a plea during the hearing where she was represented by a public defender. And again, if these people are guilty, guess what? You and I are paying for them for maybe 30, 40, 50, 60 years, unless you may have some jailhouse occupants who may say, hey, I'm all for saving the state a little money. The counts stem from the death of Jacqueline Mimi Torres Garcia, who authorities say suffered prolonged physical abuse and malnourishment. They abused the girl allegedly and starved her before she was killed last fall. Police found her remains last Wednesday, in a container behind an abandoned home as they responded to reports of suspicious activity at the residence. Carla Garcia and her 28-year-old sister, Jacqueline Garcia of New Britain, both arrested Sunday. Carla Garcia's boyfriend, 30-year-old Jonathan Nanita, who authorities believe was the person seen dropping off several items and a large storage bin at the home, was captured Monday night. Nanita faces numerous counts, including murder with special circumstances and conspiracy, while Jacqueline Garcia is charged with unlawful restraint, risk of injury to a minor, and intentional cruelty to a person held under 19 years old. New Britain Police Chief Matt Marino said officers found the child's remains in, quote, an advanced state of decomposition. Authorities are still working to figure out when and where she died, but they say she may have been dead since the fall of 2024 while her family was living in the nearby town of Farmington. My God. Well, you know, Paul, the death penalty doesn't solve anything. No, it's not meant to solve anything. It's meant to kill people who richly deserve it. I'm being nice here. Innocent till proven guilty. I understand. But I have not. You mean to tell me that if any of these people, 1, 2, or all 3, is found guilty, we got to pay for them for the next 30, 40, 50, 60 years? Good God. Thank you, Dan Malloy, Governor Arrogant, Governor the Porcupine Governor. Yeah, Porcupine's got more brains. My God, I'll never forget that. He used to lie all the time about the budget, and this poor budget guy, Ben Barnes, used to look like a deer in the headlights watching Malloy say what he said. And then Malloy, well, no, we're going to get rid of it. Well, why? You know, he got rid of the death penalty to appease the lefties in his party. I said, oh, no, don't worry about it. The Cheshire Home invasion people, they're still going to be on death row. And I remember all the people I interviewed back then who said, no, you can't do that. You can't get rid of the death penalty for some people and leave it on for others. They thought they could. They were getting cute. Well, at the time of the sentencing, it was going to be death. Oh, stop. My God. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Well, you know, Paul, the death penalty doesn't solve anything. No, it's not meant to solve anything. It's meant to, kill people. And some people richly deserve it. I'm sorry if you don't like that, but they do. What can I tell you? Man, it's going to be fun inside for any 1, 2 of those 3 who are allegedly, again, innocent until proven guilty. But can you you've heard the old story, and it's true. I have friends and family that work for the correction system. Child killers, child abusers, they're not looked upon well, even among thieves, among the ne'er-do-wells in prison. General Motors realizing not a lot of people want EVs. There's a shock, huh? How many times did I tell you that? That all these companies are going to take a bath on their EVs because people don't want to. I shouldn't say people don't want the EVs, but to think that the electric vehicle at this point in its development was going to be a mass market vehicle, that's nuts. General Motors' third quarter results next week will include a $1.6 billion impact from its all-electric vehicle plans not playing out as anticipated. There's a shock, huh? GM said its reassessment of its EV capacity and manufacturing footprint is ongoing, signaling more charges could be announced later. You know what that means? We're taking a bath on these EVs. GM's EV charges came out more than a year after Ford Motor Company took a $1.9 billion charge on its EV plans. Oh, my God. Oh, they're too heavy. They're too expensive, and people like gas-powered cars. It ain't rocket science. It's not. Speaking of a guy who's probably seen people take charges, Jack in Stamford. Jack, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing fabulous. About 24 hours to go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wrapping it all up a bit. I wanted to comment on, that death penalty thing, et cetera. It's really ridiculous because they just stay on death penalty with all the appeals and everything for 30, 40 years, et cetera. It should be quick, Okay, you're done.
Exactly.
Maybe one appeal, check the format and everything that you were right, but all this stuff, they keep coming in, and be done with it. And also, interesting how you said that Malloy was trying to appease the left-wing loonies or kooks of his party. And now we got the left-wing kooks trying to jam up the real estate thing.
Oh, yeah, well,
but
because
it's always this. They're always trying to appease these people.
Because how dare a city and Jack, look, I understand you don't want discrimination or stuff, but they are, these housing bills, if and when they're ever passed or one is passed, for most people, their house, their home is their biggest, their biggest part of their equity here,
It's their only asset. I see it quite a bit. And the fact that you're going to have out of town, and I mean a guy like putting up a unit in Stamford that lives in Darien or New Canaan, but he's going to put it all into Norwalk, Bridgeport, Stamford, and jam them up.
Mm-hmm.
But there's nothing going on there next to Casa Blumenthal or Casa Jimmy Diamond or Casa Lamont. That's where you should put some of it up. Or any of these guys that sponsor that bill, buy the properties around them and start putting up units next to them.
That sounds like a pretty good restaurant. We'll have dinner at Casa Lamont. I like that, Jack. It's pretty good. Yeah.
He's doing all right. He's the only one keeping a bit of sanity here. But when he moves on.
Look out. Look out. All right, Jack, got to run, my friend. Thank you. All right, let's put the wrap on it. Traffic and weather together. WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
No major accidents across lower Fairfield County. Still some delays out of Stamford, Greenwich, and easing out a little bit into Westport, Fairfield. About 25 minutes now. Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Parkway's heavy coming into High Ridge and Long Ridge out of Greenwich. A little bit slow into Westport. Route 8 not out of the woods yet. Heading up to the Commodore Hull Bridge. We don't see the construction setting up yet through Seymour and Ansonia. Eastbound 84 delays into Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a shower or two early, otherwise cloudy with an overnight low near 50. On Wednesday, sunny and milder with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
Recently, 1 in 4 people surveyed by Bankrate.com say they're literally losing sleep because of worries that they might not have saved enough to retire. Pretty much adds up because the number one fear of planning for retirement is running out of money. So if you're ready to get serious about planning for your future, you could start by listening to Mastering Your Wealth with host David Gagnon of First Financial Planners. Tune in Saturday mornings at 8 right here on WICC 600. Also get more details online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask. Is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, news coming up next, top of the hour, all that. Why don't I leave you with this? Our junior U.S. Democratic Senator, Chris Murphy, from a couple of days ago on Sunday when everybody was kind of saying, hey, it's a pretty good thing, regarding the peace in the Middle East. But no, Chris Murphy had to say, no, not good. And he blames Bibi.
I know you have a lot of differences with the president, but on this, is this a clear win?
Well, it's really important that we have a ceasefire. It's important that these hostages are coming home. And I congratulate the negotiators on getting this done. There's no politics about this moment, as you're going to see some very tearful reunions tomorrow, hopefully, as these hostages are released. But you watch those devastating images of what Gaza looks like today, and it's both heartbreaking and infuriating that this deal has been on the table for over a year. And it's been Benjamin Netanyahu, because of his political considerations domestically, trying to protect himself, has frustrated the ability to find peace and to get the hostages home far before today. So, again, this will be a good week. But as you have reported, there are big issues to come. Israel is not fully pulling out of Gaza. There's no clear path forward on what the security and governance force is going to look like inside that country. There's certainly a risk of hostilities beginning again if we don't build on this first phase and come to some decisions about what Gaza looks like heading into next year.
And, of course, no mention of the negotiators he congratulated. At least in that statement on national television, no mention of President Trump. And you notice, he's really got, Murphy hates Bibi. He hates Netanyahu. And you notice who Chris Murphy never mentions in any derogatory way? Hamas. Because the voters that Chris Murphy is courting for 2028, no, they wouldn't like that. No. My God. All right, Chris, thank you. Back tomorrow at 2.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. In an early test of the Gaza peace plan, Israel threatened today to hold back some aid trucks to Gaza if Hamas doesn't release all of the remains of the deceased hostages. And there's the issue of disarming Hamas, which President Trump said could be done quickly and violently if Hamas doesn't do so on its own. CBS's Tony DeCopel spoke with Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu after those comments. He talked about the stages of the 20-point plan.
We also agreed, okay, let's get the first part done. And now let's give a chance to do the second part peacefully, which is my hope. But if not, I think I heard the president speak tonight. He said, listen, they better do it, or, how can I speak for him? He said, all hell breaks loose, okay? Well, I hope it doesn't. I hope we can do this peacefully, and we're certainly ready to do so.
President Trump today posthumously awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom to Charlie Kirk. Still no deal to end the government shutdown. Olivia Rinaldi reports the two sides aren't even speaking.
There are no conversations that we know that are happening between those Democratic leaders on Capitol Hill and the White House. There's also not even really conversations happening between those leaders on Capitol Hill. We have heard that rank and file members are talking to each other about perhaps what concessions on health care could look like, but no meaningful movements towards that yet, especially as we're entering what is the third week of this government shutdown.
And Matt Piper reports many airports across the country are staying out of the politics of it all.
The Department of Homeland Security video began airing at airports last Thursday.
Hi, I'm Christine Ohm, the United
But some airports are refusing to play it, saying the partisan message goes against their policies as well as state or federal regulations.
Democrats in Congress refuse to fund the federal government, and most of our TSA employees are working without pay.
From Portland to Seattle, Chicago O'Hare to all of New York City's major airports, the video won't be seen.
Our hope is that Democrats will soon
Matt Piper, CBS News.
Thousands of nurses are on the picket line at Kaiser Permanente medical facilities across California, as Karen Allen reports.
The RNs, nurse practitioners, and other health professionals walked off the job and into the pouring rain here in Southern California.
When you see all the nurses out here, we belong in there. We want to be in there. That's what we signed up for. That's where our hearts are.
They join others in Hawaii saying they want a fair contract now.
Kaiser is unwilling to meet us at the table.
Kaiser calls the 5-day strike unnecessary and disruptive.
Car maker Stellantis announced plans to invest $13 billion in U.S. plants over the next 4 years. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Not only does Progressive let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at Progressive.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, Go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, "Oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo." I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
What would you give for a child you loved? To make their wish come true? To help them fight a critical illness? Just imagine what you'd do. You see, wishes are so powerful, and you can make them real. They can give a child back their childhood, even change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the stars align. Because when we come together, hope and joy will shine. Wishes need stars like you. Visit Make-A-Wish at wish.org.
We may be thousands of miles apart, but we can still connect. And when we do, we make things better. At Child Fund, we connect children all around the world with what they need to grow up healthy, educated, and safe. Together, we co-create connections that help millions of children who live in poverty worldwide, and their families, and their communities, and you. Join us. Together, we can make the world a better place. 2 small worlds at a time. Visit childfund.org to learn more.
Dan Hicks with Paul Azinger, welcoming you back to the Healthy Stand Classic.
You couldn't ask for better conditions. 68 degrees and a UV index of 3.
This direct exposure to midday sun could be increasing her risk to melanoma.
It looks like she's making a change.
Now let's see what she takes out.
Oh, wow. It looks like she's pulling out a 15.
I don't know. It looks like she's going with a 30.
Strong choice.
Incredible.
Stand Up to Cancer and Optum want to help you reduce your risk for cancer. Visit takeahealthystand.org.
Hey, wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind, like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest.
Uh-oh.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. To learn your risk, take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Catch up on what you missed. The best of Melissa in the Morning. Now on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
There is a ballot question for Trumbull residents this election to potentially approve a new senior and community center in town. And we did get some more clarity on my show of the $27 million price tag and details on the project from Lori Hayes O'Brien, who is the chairperson of the Community Facilities Building Committee in Trumbull. But we also got to speak with Paul McGarry, who is part of this group. It's called the Trumbull Senior Community Committee, and they are advocating for people to vote yes on Election Day. Here's a snippet from our conversation with Paul, really, again, advocating for this infrastructure to get approval and to better understand that $27 million price tag that's already been projected.
I am a neighbor. I live in Long Hill Village, which is an over 55 community. And I do want to set you straight on one thing. The Trumbull Senior Community Committee is not just seniors. It's a bunch of concerned citizens. But I began with this with an open mind. It was going to be next door. I wanted to see what was going on there. It is literally a stone's throw from my house. So I started attending meetings of the Community Facilities Committee. Went to them and watched as the project grew and changed over time to meet the concerns of my neighbors and its neighbors. I thought that the committee and the architects did a really good job, and I thought that this, on balance, would be an asset for the community, not a detriment, specifically in things like the design. I mean, if you were to approach this building from Main Street, it would look like maybe a slightly larger house. It's 1 story high at the Main Street level because it's built into a hill. And for maybe